As soon as that light turns green, you're loud in the room and people.
Thank you. Senator Roiger? Thank you. I'm aware that Senator Andry is on their way. Senator Novak, or not, no, Senator, Speaker Novak, that's me. President Zelmer?
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Ibrahim?
Here.
Thank you very much. All right. As I previously mentioned, the first thing on our agenda for today is that there's a motion on the table for an executive session. I'm going to real quick explain what an executive session is, and then we're going to hear from the motioner. So, in an executive session, we would remove everyone from the room that is not a voting member in order to have a private discussion, and this would also include myself, unless we motion to make an exception. With that being said, I am going to pass it over to the key motioner of this executive session, President Zelmer.
All right. Hi. Hello. Okay. Hi, friends. So, my motion will now include Speaker Novak, just to run the meeting. So, we're motioning for an executive session. I do want to make clear to everyone in the room, especially the reporter, that in this executive session, we will not be discussing any budget numbers or anything about like the SAF budget, SAC recommendations, anything like that. We are discussing something that was made, or that came to our attention on Thursday night. I believe I got a call at 9 p.m. So we'll be discussing that in executive session. It has to do, we'll explain it when we come out, but for senators, the reason we're going into executive session is just because some of what we will be discussing is a private matter. And I do want to make clear that executive session means you are not supposed to speak about it outside this room. And again, it has nothing to do with the SAC budget or the recommendations we'll be talking about later.
With that being said, I'm aware that this has also been seconded by Vice President Ibrahim. Would you like to speak on it?
Not yet.
Okay, then in that case, I will open the floor to questions and discussion on this motion. Senator Roberts.
While I understand the idea of it and the principle of having a private discussion, I don't know what it is off of at the moment, but I do have the concern that last year this became a question of ethics. Last year when we did a similar to an executive session, but a caucus, in which we removed all non-voting members for quite a long time, and that led to some major controversy that brought down the credibility of student government. I have some concerns that while budget numbers will not be discussed, I have concerns about the ethics of this. So I will be voting no.
President Zelmer.
So the reason we're going into executive session is actually because of ethics. We will be discussing a full-time staff member of the university.
Senator Roberts.
Then I'll withdraw my concerns.
Do I have any other questions or discussion points on the motion at hand? Any other questions or discussion points? Seeing none, we are going to go to a vote as to whether or not we will go into executive session with the exception of allowing me to stay in the room. So we are going to do this by raise of placards. Of course, the options being yes, no, and abstain. I will now call, is there, for those in favor of going into an executive session. For the people on Zoom, please use the raise hand motion. And if we can possibly see, okay.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Hands and placards down. I would now like to see all those opposed. All opposed. Okay, hands and placards down. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. We are now going to go into an executive session. I would now like to ask all non-voting members, except for myself, to please exit the room. Terribly sorry, I know you just got in here, but we will be resuming our meeting at 3:55. This executive session is time certain to adjourn at that point. So we will be resuming at 3:55. Is there a motion on the table before we enter executive session?
Yep, we talked to IT earlier. Oh, sorry. Can I go?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And can I get screen share? I do not. Hold on.
Sorry, Amber.
Yeah, I'll do that once I'm a host. Or actually, I might move the senators to a breakout room. That will be in.
It's a good idea.
But then would they see me up there? Is it Amber?
We won't see you.
Sure, but we're not hosts, we're just guests like you guys are. So if you're a host, you should be able to give yourself screen share.
Who's the host of the Zoom?
I am unaware. I thought it was a member of IT.
Is that still my screen share?
I believe so, yeah.
Then I should be able to give it to you from the other room. I will try to.
Okay, cool, thank you.
If you don't have it in about 20 seconds, then go over.
I shall, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Terribly sorry for the light delay. I would like to use this as an opportunity to mention that we have snacks in the back, and those are free to grab, as well as drinks. Feel free to get up at any moment and to go quietly get some snacks and drinks as we're going throughout this meeting. It's going to be a long time. Throats are going to get dry, so drink up.
Just stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, besties. Drier than bench shoes. No.
I don't think it'll take too long.
No.
Because we're not really going to be like discussing a whole lot. We just want to make everyone aware of the situation. Yeah.
This is also a time certain executive session, so no matter how long it takes for us to start the executive session, we're
done.
ending at 3:55.
I honestly thought 30 minutes might be too long, but I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like it's
So-
always good to keep in mind that like
Yeah, we have things to do.
Yep. This one is with
Yeah, especially with our IT track record.
Yeah. Our IT like our
IT
IT
is
people
great.
are great. They're
We're a mess.
amazing. We are really bad. Yeah.
Love the snacks.
True.
Oh, hold on. I'm supposed to try the screen share.
Well, there is. It's just hot.
I cannot.
Yeah. I'm an insane person.
Bro. Oh, this is why I wanted to print it. Should I maybe just send Amal and Mariana a different Zoom link?
Yeah, do that.
Okay, if I can't get it in the next minute or so. Okay. Sorry for the delay, you guys. I just need to pull up my screen. Oh, I'm now a co-host. Sorry. So I'm gonna move that.
If you move them into a yeah, and then when we close the waiting room, it'll also
I can't move,
just let
see
them
it's a
back in.
control room.
That's
Yep, we're
fine,
good
it's
now.
just a control
Thank
room.
you.
Cool.
All right. Can everybody head back to the table real quick?
Yeah, please return to your seats. Oh. I think we know.
Oh, hi, Dr. Jen. Oh.
Yeah. So sorry, executive session. Sorry.
See you soon.
Okay. Welcome back. Sorry. Banished you for a bit. Sorry. Welcome back. No. That's okay. While I have the opportunity, while people are returning, I'm going to go ahead and draw attention to another thing that we have at our disposal, which I also have distributed around these Robert's Rules cheat sheets that have just some common motions. If you want to familiarize yourself with them, it's the motions that we've been using thus far, but if you want a good way to just check that out and know what to do, I also have these budget meeting rules, which we previously talked about. I will note that there was a key exception that we made to this, which was instead of allowing for 3 talking points per topic, we limited it to 2 talking points per topic as is specified in Robert's Rules, and talking points will be limited to 2 minutes. Other than that, we also have a little handout of what our budget line items look like. So feel free to thumb through a lot of these different handouts that we've got here, and hopefully it'll make the meeting go a little bit smoother. Okay. So, seeing that we're all back in our seats and everyone's been let back in, we're going to go ahead and keep moving along the agenda. Our presentations and open forum are suspended for today, so we are going to the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have any amendments or dissent to the approval of consent agenda? Any amendments or dissent? Any amendments or dissent? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. All right, officer reports are also suspended, as are senator reports and vacancies. So we will be moving down directly to new business. How this is going to flow is we are going to bring forward a invited speaker to talk about an area, and then we are going to allow for a period of questioning. These should take about 10 minutes. The intercollegiate athletics fee is the exception, as it is its own entire fee area where we will allow for more time, but still a 5-minute presentation, 5 minutes for questioning, and then we will discuss and vote on our recommendation. With that being said,
sensitive schedule, but I think I'd just like to start by again thanking the student government for the investment that you make in intercollegiate athletics. It's been a wonderful winter sports season that's unfolded over the last 3 weeks. A couple of weeks ago, it was Championship Saturday at the Division II level. We ended up with 27 All-Americans, a couple individual national championships, 4 programs finishing in the top 25 in the country, based by the women's indoor track and field team, which finished as a national runner-up. That's their 3rd top 2 finish in the last 3 years after winning the national championship last year and just narrowly losing out in Virginia Beach by 1 point. So it's been spectacular. A lot of our hockey friends were down with us and helped lead our team to an emotional overtime win to capture the conference championship last weekend. Kind of a miracle comeback in the last minutes of regulation and an exciting overtime win that has brought us to the regional in Fargo. So first of all, thank you to the student government for the investment that you make in intercollegiate athletics and the outstanding experiences you provide for our coaches and student athletes. It's been a terrific last several weeks, and we're very, very grateful for that. I guess I'd just start, with a recap of our presentation that was brought to you by our Student Athletics Fee Advisory Committee, I believe in mid-February. Just recalling, our proposal was an increase of 37 cents per credit hour. That would take us from the current per credit $4.21 per credit hour to the current maximum of $4.58 per credit hour. That's an 8.79% increase. It would increase the fee is equivalent to $4.44 per semester, or $8.88 per year would be the amount of the increase. And as we have kind of talked, this is almost a necessity. We're certainly very sensitive to the budget environment and particularly to student fees and tuition. But this is not a proposal of growth for intercollegiate athletics. Over the last couple of years, we have experienced tremendous inflationary pressure, particularly in the area of transportation, where in the current year, inflationary pressure on charter bus transportation, most specifically, is ranged around 20% higher than the previous year. We're anticipating in working with our vendors that basically we're looking at a 15% increase. And so all of the amount that we would realize from this proposed increase would be committed to offsetting the increased transportation costs we expect to experience next year. And I will stand for questions now.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I see a question from President Zelmer.
Sure. Can you hear me? Oh, sick. Okay, so my question is how how many student athletes do we have here on campus?
Just a little less than 600 student athletes competing in 20 sports, 18 at the Division II level and 2 at the Division I level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions? Well then, in that case, I would like to say thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for presenting to us and standing for questions.
We are going to be going to some administrative meetings, but if there's any need to recall us later in these proceedings, please contact myself or Scott Nelson. We'd be happy to rejoin the Zoom as our schedule allows.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Go Mavs.
Go Mavs. Then in that case, we are now going to be going into a vote and discussion on the proposed fee of an increase of 8.79%. And we are going to go into a period of discussions first and then voting on that. So I will now open the floor to discussion. Senator Roberts.
I just want to begin this with congratulating the athletics so far of having such a great year this year. And also like seeing the number of students who are returning to the events throughout this entire year and the participation of students has been quite significant this year. I will be stating that I will be supporting the 8.79% increase. I think that they deserve an increase as transportation and fees associated with their operations has gone up significantly, and they need that to be able to support the wants of our student body. So I think that the most ethical thing here today is to vote yes on this.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points? Any other discussion points? President Zelmer?
I think it's important that we send this to referendum. Again, this isn't us approving the fee and it going through. This is just sending it to an all-student body vote. So I think it's fair that the students can share it. We also don't have student athletes here on Senate, so I think it's important that we get feedback from the entire student body, as well as athletics has had a very successful year, and they've been able to expand their rosters for different teams that they have without expanding their budget over the past years. So that's why I'll also be supporting the 8.79% fee increase going to referendum.
Do we have any other discussion points? Seeing no other discussion points, we will go into a vote on this. This is a vote to recommend the 8.79% increase going to referendum, at which point it will be voted on by the student body. Yes? That is a motion for roll call vote. For those that are not aware, a roll call vote is where we will go down the roll call list, and I will call on each individual senator to give me a yes, a no, or an abstain, and that would require a second. Do we have a second on that motion? Oh, that was my timer for the talking point for Emma, which she definitely was under. But I do not see a second. We have a second. All right, then in that case, is there any dissent to a roll call vote? Any dissent? All right, seeing dissent, we're going to have to go to division. I'm not going to do this one by roll call vote. This is just going to be a simple raise of placards. Raise of placards in favor of roll call vote. Oh, and if you're on Zoom, raise a hand. All right, thank you very much. Placards and hands down. And all opposed? The opposition most definitely has the majority. So I'm sorry, we will not be doing a roll call vote. We will be doing this by raise of placards. So I will now ask for all of those in favor. And if you are on Zoom, raise a hand. Thank you very much. Down. All of those opposed? Opposed? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. Noted. Oh, thank you very much. All right. Then in that case, my friends, guess what? That's our first recommendation passed. It's that easy. Now we just got to keep doing that a couple more times and we're good to go. All right. Next up, yes, we are actually significantly ahead of schedule. Oh, would we like to? Yeah. So, how this is going is we had a time that we requested groups to come. If groups are here early, we can summon them early. If not, we can potentially move around the schedule as groups are here. I am aware that Campus Rec is here, so if Campus Rec is ready. Yes? Okay. If Campus Rec is ready, then we can go ahead and do 5 minutes of a presentation followed by 5 minutes of questioning. I understand there was a motion on the table. Is that retracted? Okay, thank you. You can start whenever you're ready, Campus Rec.
Thanks to Campus Recreation. So I stand for questions. If you want me to talk about a few things, I sure can.
Short and sweet. Beautiful. Do we have any questions for Campus Recreation? I see a question from Senator.
What is the can go to? When it comes down the road to when we get to backup budget and stuff like that, what's the minimum that is?
I've said in an email that I sent to President Weiss that information may have been shared with you. That recommendation we formed for a year. Areas of concern that I have, and one obviously is the student hours. If we can't, we are hoping. And that's changed a little. Train them. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is the increase in the minimum wage, and I'm all paying students more, but pay them, right? That's the important thing. If we would keep the minimum or close, that would help. Working on that, I don't think. The third one is the campus requested $20,000. That was funded for many, many years. That is really a needed fund. Sacra 20, we got 10. We request next year to get back to that level of operation that we had in the past. 10, but if we cut that to 0, then we're going to have equipment that's going to be sitting out of order because we're able to afford to purchase parts and things like that, to have fixed, bikes, ellipticals, buy mats for exercise programs, just a lot of things within our program areas. And I say this because in the past we've had some carry forwards from fiscal year to fiscal year. This year, that's not going to happen because of our being blown out of the with our inability to hire enough work study students along with the minimum wage going up. So The SAC recommendation, Senator Roberts, we could live with that. But if we for cuts, talking cuts to students and the like.
Thank you very much. Second question. This would be your final question for this person, but you may still have talking for discussion.
My second bring up a really 5,000 for of campus rec and move that over, or however much to move that around so you could repair equipment, because I have heard equipment issues, serious equipment issues now. Would that be campus rec, or would you want the SAC recommendation to stay in place? Like, would you want us to?
I would say we would like the SAC recommendation to stay in place. We do have supply decoration. That's more for basketballs and soccer balls and smaller items. Buy belts and small. Equipment fund is, for instance, right now I have a treadmill that's $31 turned into a $16 new treadmill because it's damaged, placing a slat in that treadmill. So I just have to take a good hard look to see if we're going to be able to afford types of big ticket items that come out of and sitting around. We purchase parts for equipment, cheaper parts, less.
Can I have a little bit of extra time if there is? Yeah.
And the post-COVID involvement, whether you oversee like 80 different student intramurals, sports, things like that. How is the post-COVID? Do you have any?
This year, it's getting somewhat back to normal. Our numbers aren't pre-COVID yet, but we're trending in that direction. We see on our busy days, and our busy days in the rec center are primarily Monday through Thursday. It wanes off a little bit Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It picks up starting Sunday night again. But on those busy days, we see over 1,200 students a day through the doors of the rec center and the field house. And then there's other program areas as well when we talk about intramural sports. I know this spring, our spring volleyball league has been as high as it's been in probably 15 or more years, approaching 40 teams in the spring, and Ryan has said that quite pleasantly surprised, right? But our numbers in flag football, softball, basketball, ice hockey, a lot of those big team sports, soccer, have risen, and that's really encouraging. We still struggle to attract enough student employees, workers, officials in some of those areas, but I know Carly has reported some of her numbers in group exercise classes and students using the pool. Those are rising and rising quickly. Our Maverick Adventures program, those numbers with trip and travel and the climbing wall and things like that. Lots of students, lots of international students, lots of women participating in those trip and travel programs. So that's very, very encouraging. Sport clubs as well. Those numbers are increasing, and it's good to see our students are able to, practice again on campus and travel on weekends and play other colleges and universities. So that's really encouraging. So yeah, our numbers are rising. They continue to rise. We expect that to continue.
Continue your operations if you're granted the SAC recommendation. My question is, if granted the SAC recommendation, would that make your operation more sustainable even if the student wage is decreased?
It would be I'm more concerned about the number of work-study students that we could attract versus the student hourly wage. Let's say the student hourly wage would go from 12 to 12.25 or 12.50. That's sustainable yet. But this is just a quick example. The fact that we went from 25 work-study students to 14 this year impacted our budget to about $50,000 of student hourly wage. That's a big hurt, right? That's a big hit to our budget. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can attract more work-study students.
Thank you very much, and wonderful job presenting. Thank you for answering all of our questions. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for your support.
All right, now I want you guys to keep that in mind. However, how we're moving through our invited speakers here is that we are going to be going speaker to speaker, and then we are going to come back for our recommendations when we get down to the final recommendation part, just so that we can move our speakers through quickly and make sure that we're not burning too much of their time. So, with that being said, do we have gender and sexuality programs? Yes. Thank you very much.
Just tacked on here. Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Stein-Warren-Gorley, Director of the Women's Center.
Hello, I'm Intern Director at the LGBT Center. My name is Stephen Thomas.
Would you guys like to present or just open for questions?
We're open for questions.
Very well. Then in that case, I'm going to use your full time for questions, allowing 10 minutes. And do we have any questions? I see President Zelmer or Vice President Ibrahim.
Hi, thank you for coming. My question is, what kind of service do you provide?
Sure. We provide a range of services, from physical products, for example, menstrual products, pregnancy tests, condoms, dental dams, lube, a range of things. We also have our lactation kits, and so we do some structural items that students can use that offsets their individual costs or expenses as students. And then we also provide programming and education. So for example, we have a Women in STEM learning community, and we just had a Women in STEM networking dinner last night. And so we provided a program that reached 83 students and partnered with industry professionals as well as faculty and alums. So that's just a sample. We do a lot of that programmatic work. We also have the Maverick Food Garden, which was started through Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion funds, and then is sustained for like seeds and dirt and all those things you have to keep adding, shockingly, to a garden year to year to keep us moving. So that's what the Women's Center, some of the funds go to support in the Women's Center.
And I know for the LGBT Center, we also focus on student mental health, especially for students who identify within the LGBTQIA+ community. And so we also do a lot of Greater Mankato area partnerships with other services that we may not have here at Minnesota State University Mankato, but the Mankato Greater area does provide. And so we also kind of set up different events and programs to get those individuals here on campus, so that way they can also talk with the students as well if they do have questions about their own mental health, and also better ways that Mankato can support the students here at the campus too, in addition.
Thank you very much. President Zelmer.
Hi, so I know that the SAC money is just part of the revenue that that the programs receive. So could you talk a little bit more about the different, outside of student life and activity money, what other pots of money do you have access to, and what do you focus most of the SAC or the student activity fee money on?
I know for the LGBT Center, I know for the LGBT Center we have about 4 accounts. Two is in endowment. Those are really focused on scholarship funds, and if students also need financial support in regards to grants, we kind of look through that information, and they provide an application, and those are specifically for those 2 accounts. We also have a shared office account, so that is really focused on if our office is using anything else in addition that is not in support for students, but for us to better help the students in regards to things that we may need. But I know for that Women's Center.
I'm just gonna crunch on in there. So all of our salary comes from Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. both for our full-time positions as well as our graduate assistantships. And we predominantly rely on work study. And so as far as our SAC funds and the ways that that supports us, is that we use it for direct services to students, whether it's providing those products that we mentioned earlier, or hosting programmatic efforts, contributing meals to different events and student organizations, and other support that we can offer with partnerships across campus.
Thank you very much. Senator Mueller.
Hi. So first of all, I want to say thank you to both of you guys for what you guys do and the services that your departments provide. My question for you is, with extensive student employees that you guys have and student work studies that you guys offer through your departments, how much money is allocated to those to the wages of those students, and how does the recommendations affect those wages? So basically, we are recognized that you guys, the SAC is recommending a decrease. How does decrease affect student wages?
Currently, our budget is requesting $500 towards student wages, which we occasionally use for special activities like having a graphic designer, for example, develop the words don't count campaign around like Women's History Month or Pride or any of those things. Currently, work study is not funded from the SAC recommendations, and so the suggested reduction would not impact the student employee offerings that we currently have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? I see, is that another one from Senator Daston?
Yep.
All right, perfect. I'll wait for you to get a mic.
Whichever comes first.
Yeah.
So I heard you presented about the different partnerships you have with departments on campus as well as those in the greater Mankato area. Can you emphasize a little bit more on those services that we don't have here that you have partnership outside, please?
So especially in regards to, more specifically, mental health, there are actually some individuals within the Mankato area, like Jenny, who LGBTQ+ community. So Jenny is someone who I actually had come here talk to students via panel for an event, and she was able to provide information just through that panel that other students went through therapy before and was not able to get the help that she was able just to provide within an hour. I also do partnerships with the Mankato healthcare community, so I'm also part of the LGBTQ+ Health Disparities Committee here in Mankato. And so I work with many different healthcare providers in regards to health insurance, also people within the Mayo Clinic and what's that other Mankato Clinic as well, just to kind of see how can we have our students benefit from the healthcare system in Mankato, especially when it comes to gender affirming care. So we also work with Open Door Insurance, and then we also work with Planned Parenthood, thank you. And so another thing too, we also work with Mayo Clinic with different events in regards to having an actual therapist who focuses on youth and LGBTQ+ youth to come talk to students as well. And just a little bit.
And I just wanted to add on that we also like to provide honorariums and ways to support folks who can come and speak with expertise on their experience in the world, whether that means they're a woman in STEM, if they're speaking as a survivor of sexual violence. We want to provide compensation for people's time and talents to come and share with our campus community because it enriches the learning environment. And so that is another part of where why those fees are so important, and recognizing as well that everybody's fee scale has just scooched right on up here in the last handful of years, which which makes considering budget reductions even more complex as we evaluate where we need to prioritize our dollars.
Thank you very much. I'll note we have about a minute left for questions, and Senator Roberts.
I know that you have had a long history of supporting Senator projects and student projects in the past. How will this cut affect the ability to support further Senator projects, student projects, and the products that you provide?
I think that is a really important and powerful question. I think that the priority for the Women's Center has been to support the needs of students. And so when students are coming to us, we want to make sure that we're there to meet them and get them what they need, whether that is a functional product, whether that is a project to focus on a topic most relevant and important to them, or if it's, you know, bringing in a speaker who can speak to some of the issues that our students are facing. It's hard, frankly, and to say the least. I mean, even to consider bringing dinner now, as we look at catering costs have changed pretty drastically this last year. What does that mean? And so we have a lot to think about. We'll certainly be turning to the students to help us make those decisions moving forward.
And I know for our centers, we really have to focus on the holistic well-being of all students here. So even though we may be like the LGBT Center and also the Women's Center, we also have to focus on everyone and make sure that this is a safe and welcoming environment for all students. And so providing those resources, providing those programs will only be beneficial for all students, especially if they don't have a simple understanding of these marginalized groups within their own community. And so I have a lot of students who will come to an LGBT Center presented program, and then later on will come to me and be like, I'm having these feelings, or what you were saying, what the speaker was saying is really pointing to how they feel. And sometimes that does happen, and then they start to find themselves. And so having these programs and being able to throw those programs are very important for the well-being of all students here.
Thank you very much. We've exceeded our time for speakers, so I would like to thank you both for coming in and answering questions. Also, Liz, I'm a big fan of your outfit, so big round of applause for both of them. Next up, we have Maverick Food Pantry. Is Maverick Food Pantry ready to go? Cool. All right, once again, you will be given 5 minutes for presenting and 5 minutes for questioning. If you like, you can use all of that for questioning.
I do not have a formal presentation, so I will just stand for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Then in that case, we are open for questions. Senator Ziegler.
I would just like to start by thanking you so much for everything that you all do for students on our campus. And just kind of to reiterate, so how many students do y'all serve every single week?
Yeah, so I just pulled our most recent data as of today. And I don't know if you saw the form I had already given to SAC, but as of yeah, well, we've just had to make some choices. For example, we used to be ordering canned pineapple, 24 cans of that for like $10. And now canned pineapple is 12 cans for $24. So we don't order canned pineapple anymore, unfortunately. We just have to make those choices. And so we kind of watch and see what items are available for us to order and make responsible choices with the funding we have. And so we're usually trying to stick around $1 per item per student if we can do that.
Thank you very much. Senator Ziegler, do you have a second question?
No.
Okay, President Zellner.
What other sources of funding does the food pantry receive, either from campus or the community?
Yeah, so we do have additional funding beyond the student fee allocation. So we are also supported in part by diversity, equity, inclusion, probably a larger part in diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is an amount of $25,000 annually, in addition to covering student worker expenses, GA costs, and any additional costs that aren't covered by the allocated fee. And we also receive an additional $25,000 from the Kearney International Center as a partnership between the Student Government, CUNY National Center, and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. Those were the funds that birthed the Maverick Food Pantry and continue to support the pantry. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, looks like you're good to go a little bit earlier. Thank you very much for coming in. All right. Next up, I have the Multicultural Center activities. Do we have Multicultural Center activities ready to go? Looks like it. Thank you very much. Oh, welcome back, Megan. Once again, you guys will have 5 minutes to 5 minutes for questions, or you can use all 10 minutes for questions.
I hope you all can see me over this podium. We don't have a presentation, so we're open for questions.
Amazing, thank you, Vice President Ibrahim.
Hi, Viku. Thank you for coming. My question is, what kind of service do you provide?
Right, so our center is a multicultural center, and we are pretty specialized in that we have 4 full-time staff serving our 4 affinity groups. So I serve as the Director of Asian American Affairs, and
I'm the Director for American Indian and Multicultural Affairs, and we have directors respectively for African American Affairs and Latinx Affairs. Specifically our SAC funding, our student activities fees, that's all for primarily programming dollars and student RSOs. And as you know, all of our multicultural student RSOs do not claim any fees from the general student activities money, RSO money. They claim from specifically our multicultural student allocation.
right, so our center, we're really tasked with recruitment for the university, and so increasing our enrollment of diverse students. And then in terms of retention, we work with our current students. So primarily with the SAC funding, we work with our student orgs and the student leaders. Currently we have, I believe, close to 20 student orgs that fall under all 4 of our areas. Personally, I work with 5 Asian American student orgs. And programming, we do a lot of work with the community too, and making sure our students are supported on our campus.
Thank you very much.
And I just wanted to add too, and also a lot of our programming is educational for our larger campus community. So specifically, yes, we that money is, the SAC money is specifically for our student RSOs, but also for large-scale educational programming for our campus community.
Thank you very much. President Zummer, did you retract your question? Yeah, I'll do it. Cool, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Yep. Yes, Senator Destin.
So based on SAC recommendation, you are going to be impact about $2,400 deduction to your current budget. How does that impact the programs you do?
So if you saw our original recommendation, it's the same as last year's, and I think even the previous years. And so we have, although we have seen an increase in student engagement, I guess, throughout campus, we will just be very intentional about some of the things that we choose, and I think this is what everyone is thinking about, whether or not we include incentives or food in our events, really working with our student orgs to understand when they're planning their events too, and working with them to make sure that their vision and they're working within their missions align with what we have in terms of our budget.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you both very much for coming. Thank you for answering our questions. All right. Next up, I have Music Ensemble. I'm aware Music Ensemble is over Zoom. You may begin whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't have a formal presentation, just wanted to share that we understand that this is a really challenging time and are hopeful that as we move forward into the future, we can see some of the funding return, but I am open for questions at this time.
Amazing, thank you very much. I also want to clarify for all of our fun guests, there is no need to bring a formal presentation. It's just if you want to make any opening statements. But for questioning, I see Senator Wayne.
Hi, Professor Thursby. Thank you for being here tonight. I do have one question regarding the SAC recommendation. I see that this is another $5,000 decrease. We've seen decreases in music funding over the last 10 years, as evidenced by our documentation. What impact do you know that this would have on programming moving into the next fiscal year?
That's a great question. Over the past 5 years, even through the pandemic, our ensembles grew, and we continued to see cuts from the Student Allocations Committee. The original budget that we had 5 years ago was $76,950, and I believe you've got those numbers. And now we're seeing another cut with growth and students who are choosing to come to Minnesota State for our music ensembles. So we're going to be trying to do what we can for more students with less resources, and that will be a little bit of a challenge. That means less music, it means less opportunities and less experiences for our students. That's the reality that we'll be faced with.
Thank you very much. Would you like to use your second question? Go right ahead.
And just one quick follow-up. How would this decrease be adjusted throughout the department? Would this be targeted towards specific cost centers, or is this just going to be spread out throughout the entirety of the music ensembles as a whole?
That's a great question as well. So this would be split between all of our music ensembles. Our music ensembles are funded 100% from staff. We do not receive funding for music ensembles from academic affairs or any other areas, so this would be something that we would spread across all of our ensembles to kind of bear this cut. As I mentioned, we've seen growth. Well, we've added our youth chorale back this year. The concert band has grown from 45 to 90 in just a year, and the Maverick Machine has grown from 30 students to a record number of 160 majors. They come from every college, from almost every major across campus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Senator Roberts, second question.
Just out of curiosity, what is if you have this number, but what is your retention rate overall in terms of university statistics for the music ensembles?
That's a great question. Our retention rate is near 100% for students who start as a freshman and come in. And the really fascinating step with that is that students who participate in a music ensemble tend to graduate at a higher percentage because they have that sense of community across campus. So our retention is very high. As we get into upper level studies, juniors and seniors who are in more intensive programs, they are required to focus on their academic major, and some of them choose not to participate in music, but our retention is really, really high.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions? I do not see any questions at this time. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking with us and answering all our questions. All right, wonderful. Next up, we have fraternity and sorority life. John, I think you know the shtick, but you can talk for up to 5 minutes if you would like, and then 5 minutes for questioning, or you can use all 10 minutes for questioning.
Thank you. I know most of you around the table. I'm John Bulcock. I serve as Assistant Director of Student Activities for Fraternity and Sorority Life.
I'm Morgan Russler. I'm the current Panhellenic President for the Panhellenic Council.
And we do not have a formal presentation. We are open to questions.
Wonderful. I see we have a question from Senator Blanchard.
Yeah, so your budget was cut by quite a bit last year. What kind of impacts has that had on your programming things this year?
Well, so one of the biggest things our budget goes towards is the AFLV conference. And the past 2 years, due to COVID-related reasons, we weren't actually able to travel to it. And so because we had that money, we were able to still use that for this year. But going forward, without having those funds, we won't be able to do that without asking attendees to put up a bunch more of their own money in order to go to said conference.
As she mentioned, and put it in plain English, last year, the funds typically for SAC carryover, you're allowed to carry over 10% of your unused funds, or 10% of your budget, or $10,000, whichever is less. But for last year, they allowed a 100% carryover. And so that is what saved us this year. Without that carryover, we would have, in all likelihood, not been able to travel. But that carry forward is what saved it this year.
Thank you very much. Do I see a second from Senator Blanchard? Go right ahead.
What kind of impacts does
You need the mic. Sorry. IT needs us to use the mics.
Thank you for that catch.
What kind of
No, that's
impact does that conference have on the members? And like what type of things do you learn there and things like that?
Yeah, no, it's a really great leadership conference, and first we get closer as like a council, which is great, but also we gain a lot of like ideas and different ways we can use resources on our campus or just reaching out to other campuses to better like the entire campus community. So yes, it's benefiting FSL, but it's also able to help us help our campus. For example, like our risk management position holders, they are working more closely with the Women's Center upcoming in April for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, more so than what we did last year and in the past before then, due to some of the ideas that were learned and gained from this conference. That, and then also how to better work with just all RSOs throughout the entire campus community to better everybody overall.
If I may, the funding for this, one of the unique things about Fraternity and Sorority Life too is that the student activity fee budget makes up roughly 40% of the total funds that are spent. I think next year we looked at the budget, it's about 37% of the total spending for Fraternity and Sorority Life. A vast majority of the funds used are paid by our dues that are paid out of pocket by the members of the community. And so when we talk about this conference, it's not totally paid for by the student activity fee. That's part of the expense, but there's a significant amount of expense that comes out of the pocket of either attendees or the dues from the councils. So that's part of it. The timing for the conference itself is also in February. And for those who aren't aware, fraternity and sorority officers transition on the calendar year, not the academic year. So this conference brings together 3,000 people from all over the country, and it's probably the best training experience for new officers of the community. It's an incredible experience, and this was the first time we've been able to go since 2020. Yeah, the last time we were able to travel there, a month later, we were in the middle of a pandemic, so, yep.
Thank you very much. I will say we are bumping up on our time for questions, but I have 3 people on the speakers list, so I'm going to exhaust that and then call questions to a close. Senator Mueller.
Hi, so do you guys have any reliable or potential outside source of funding that's not membership dues or anything like that, or from our recommendations? Is there any like donations from the community or any fundraising activities you guys do, or do you have anything of the sort to that? Thank you.
We have a small amount of money in the MSU Foundation that, again, is one of those sources that helps provide some of the funding for this stuff, but that is a finite amount of money. It's not like it's renewable. And so typically if alumni are donating, it's for scholarship purposes and stuff like that. So there is no reliable outside source. There's a small amount that we pull from year by year to help, again, augment some of this, but it would not be reliable or long-term sustainable.
Thank you very much. Senator Goma.
I just have a little question about like involvement. So how many students are part of your organization right now?
We're currently at around 400. We have in the past few years seen some struggles with numbers, but we've consistently been seeing increase in gaining new members, and our retention rate's been getting better. And that's just continuing to increase as we go.
Thank you very much.
The pandemic hit us pretty hard, just like it did a lot of RSOs, but for this year, our new member recruitment is up 20%, and that's very optimistic. That's something that gives us good excitement. So.
Great sign. Our last question is going to be from President Zellmer.
Sure. So what does the IFC and PHC put on for the campus as a whole beyond just Greek Life members?
Yeah, so one of the bigger things that we do is the U-Lead conference, which is open to all students, and it's a really great opportunity for students to come in. We always have a speaker. Another great benefit, there's always really good food there, which, I mean, let's face it, everybody loves that. And so we do stuff like that. Last year, one of my projects that I did was for Sexual Assault Awareness Month and it's going to be redone this year, but working with Shadow from the Women's Center and doing the In Her Shoes activity and opening that up to the entire campus community to come and gain more knowledge on sexual assault and how to help survivors. What else is there? I'm blanking.
We do have a lot of partnerships across campus. ULEAD's one of the biggest. Mavathon is largely headquartered out of Fraternity and Sorority Life, although it's open to all students. And so, yes, there's a lot of stuff that we have partnered with across campus. We have, in the past 5 years, developed a new officer position called the Vice President of Diversity and Outreach that is focusing on diversity education for our community, but then also developing partnerships with different areas on campus, more meaningful partnerships. One of those has been with athletics. Our community has had a lot more presence at, we've had members at Africa Night, Ethiopia Night, we've had the International Festival, a lot of different stuff this year where we've had some very intentional and meaningful outreach.
Thank you very much. That exhausts our speakers list. Thank you both so much for coming and joining us. One last chance for appeals. The last group that we called is Maverick Involvement Team. Is Maverick
That isn't visible, but is very important behind the scenes work to help all 200 of those groups function.
Yeah, there are a lot of administrative tasks beside that because we provide, again, as Michelle said, over 200 support for over 200 organizations, and we have around 2,000 officers that we have to provide support for, and that would be really hard to do without MIT members. So,
thank you very much, Senator Blanchard.
Thank you so much. In your 2020 salaries for your budget, here you're requesting for 100. What is the increase?
That been last year stipend for team members. They had a very tiny stipend. I wasn't here then, but my understanding is there was a very tiny like a $500 a year. Thanks for doing this job. And last year, this body decided that if students are doing work, we should be compensating them for work. And so that is why that jumped. So this year is actually the same request as last year to maintain those stipends, to maintain the professionalism of the Maverick Involvement Team. They're, showing up for office hours, processing, doing all the things. Not that they weren't showing up before per se, but just really recognizing that student work and time is valuable, and they're able to commit more and do more outreach if they aren't worried about their job off campus. They're able to devote time to this project.
And I'll add to that. So they have around 28 hours a week of support that they provide, and we've seen a lot of good results this year. For instance, again, we were able to recognize over 200 organizations. Our nominations for Student Leadership Awards are like 60-something, which is like a 3 times increase than last year. We had over 38 attendance for Student Leadership Retreat. So all these results are due to obviously their interest in their positions, but also being valued for their work. So,
thank you very much. I see Senator Roberts.
How many students have been attending the MIT events? I know that you mentioned the retreat, but how many have been coming to the other events that you've been conducting throughout the year?
Yeah, some of those are hard to track, like the RSO involvement fairs. We could tell you the number of RSOs that signed up, in which was, I think it was 10 at the Presky, 20 each day of the 2 that were in the CSU, but we don't necessarily track the number of people that every table talks to, so that's not a great number to share. The Leadership U workshops that happen every Monday night, our attendance, last week I think we had 20, like 2 days ago we had 20 students at that. Back in January, one of our first ones was 5, so it kind of ebbs and flows. We are launching a brand new series upcoming starting next week, which is focused specifically on RSOs and transitioning officers. And so I'm expecting that that's a target audience, and so we'll grow our numbers from here to the end of the year as well. That's a guess on my part. So it's a little bit hard. Some of that is like come and go type events, and it's hard to track the actual physical numbers.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts, second and final question. Senator Blanchard. Sorry.
Yeah, so as you know, it's a very tough budget year. If there was a cut to the Maverick Involvement Team, how would, like if, say, the stipends did get cut, how would that impact students in general on campus?
One thing that would affect us is they would probably be seeking jobs elsewhere. That has happened before because they're dedicating around, each of them are dedicating around 7 hours a week, and they want to be compensated to be able to afford their living expenses. And then that will affect the graduate assistant and me and Michelle as well, because we won't be able to provide as much support as we need, especially during recognition. Again, we have a lot of organizations, we have a lot of officers. There's a lot of communication that has to happen between us and them. And if we don't have as much available people to support them, that's going to be really difficult for us to do.
Cool. Thank you very much. I would also like to note for people at this time that we get to make recommendations on the amount of money that they get allocated. We can't tell groups what to do with that money. Just something to keep in mind. And Senator Goff.
How many people actually
How many people actually get the stipend in your group?
We currently have 5, and to help with budget savings, we cut that down to 4 for next year.
Thank you very much.
Can I add it's a stipended number, but based on the hours and how we break it down, it's essentially the same hourly rate as like a front desk worker in the student activities office. So it's the same realm. It's not like they're making $20 an hour or something, just to throw that out there.
Thank you very much. Another question from Senator Roberts.
I've heard that you've had the applications out already, and I've heard that you've received a lot of applications. How many applications have you received, from this year compared to last year? I know that you might not be able to answer last year since you are new, but has there been a radical difference of applications for these positions?
I'll say that we opened it last week. We have 6 applications already, and they are due next week, and we have 4 spots. And this is a last-minute campus, it feels like. Every time there's a deadline, all the apps come in at the last day. So I'm expecting that number. It's only been open not even a week, and it's already 6. I can't speak to what it was before. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to do more research on how many people we actually interviewed or last year, but I would say around maybe 6 to 7, but I would have to make sure about that, confirm that number.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both so much for coming in and talking with us.
Thanks for having us.
All right. That concludes our called line areas to talk to. I will now give any final call for any appeals. Any other groups that want to appeal? I do not see any other groups that want to appeal at this time. Last call, any other groups that want to appeal? I do not see any groups that want to appeal. We will now be going into our recommendations. I'm aware that there's a motion on the table. Is it this motion? Okay, cool. Do you want to read it out or you want me to? Okay, we have a motion on the table from President Zelmer.
Cool. So in typical government budget fashion, I have an omnibus bill. So these are line items that, Vice President Him and I are motioning this. We do want to make clear, if you all want to talk about any of these line items, in order to get the rest of them passed and just like easy out of the way, check by a bunch of the lines, if you disagree with any of these line items, you can just say, I want to pull this line item, and we'll pull it, okay? So like we don't need to have a whole discussion on it. So please look at this sheet that has all of these on it. I am going to be calling these, I'll say their name, but also I have on the agenda, you'll see it'll say 42 Campus Rec Intramural Recreation Sports Club. That corresponds with which Excel, is that column or line? Whichever one it is that goes sideways, and it'll tell you the number. So that's like an easy way to find it. So we are motioning that we approve the SAC recommendation for the following line items. Number 10, campus recreation. That includes the entire breakdowns of campus recreation, including intramural sports, intramural recreation, sports clubs, and Maverick Adventures. And remember, this is for the main budget, not backup or anything yet. Line item number 11, campus rec equipment R&R fund. Line item number 12, forensics. Line item number 14, green transportation fee. Line item number 15, international center activities. Line item number 19, non-budgeted request fund, RSO travel/programming. Line item number 20, repertory dance. Line item number 21, the reporter. Line item number 22, reporter equipment R&R fund. Line item number 23, staff administration business services office. Line item number 26, theater. Line item number 27, veteran service programming. And then moving under student activities, line item number 48, administrative office. Line item number 49, community engagement, Mavs in action.
Senator Blanchard, what do you want pulled? Blanchard, what do you want pulled? What do you want pulled? Pulled.
Well, I'm confused, I'm sorry. Is FSL was up in these ones? That one's getting pulled?
We will be discussing FSL.
Okay. I would like campus R&R fund pulled.
Campus
Okay.
rec?
Yep.
Specifically the R&R.
Specifically the R&R.
What's the number on that one?
That is number,
Number 11.
11, thank you. Senator Mueller,
I would like to pull the green transportation fee.
that is number
14.
14, thank you. Senator Roberts,
Campus rec main.
that is number 10, correct?
you want all of it pulled?
Just the main line.
41, 42, or 43?
1 second. 41.
Thank you very much. I see Senator Blanchard again. Senator Blanchard, do you have? That's all right. Senator Destin.
I want to.
Mics, please, everyone.
Mics, yes.
Here.
Oh yeah. It's a little hard.
Okay. Forensics, speech, and debate.
All right, and that is number 12. Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Just as an option, I want to pull 19, non-budgeted request fund.
19 pulled. Thank you very much. So, I see John Bulcock.
Are we pulling items that were not mentioned for questioning at all? Because I thought we were talking that those weren't going to be touched if they weren't asked to be here or if they weren't appealing.
If people wish to pull items to discuss them further, they may pull items to discuss them further. Yeah. We're not going to tell people that they can't discuss items, but as I understand it, the items that have been pulled are 10, 11, 12, 14, and 19 from this, being we have now pulled Campus Rec R&R, forensics, green transportation fee, and non-budget request fund, the RSO fund, and then we still have within this bill 15, the International Center activity is 20, the repertory dance, 21, the reporter, 22, the reporter R&R. Shout out to the members of the reporter who are watching this on the TV in the reporter room right now, by the way. Hi, friends. Number 26, theater. Number 27, veteran service programs. Number 48, the staff administration office. Number 49, community engagement, Mavs in action. Number 51, homecoming. Number 53, non-traditional student programs. Number 54, RSOs. And number 55, student events team. That is the current status of this bill. It has already been seconded. Now, without pulling anything else here, we will now open it, if anyone wants to pull anything else, they can pull anything else. Last call, do we want to pull anything else from this bill? So if we are not pulling anything else, the assumption, this is saying that we are cool with this SAC recommendation. We're going to go to a vote on this, but if you are not cool with the SAC recommendation, please pull something. Yes?
To clarify, lines 42 and 43 are going through on this, is that correct? Since 41 was pulled, but not 42 and 43?
Yes.
Can I ask for the intention of the original motioner who wanted to pull Campus Rec, if it is okay to keep lines 42 and 43? 42 is Campus Rec Intramural Recreation Sports Club, and 43 is Maverick Adventures. Is this okay?
It is just 41 that I'm pulling.
Just 41 being pulled. 42 and 43 remain on the bill. All right. Thank you very much. Then in that case, are there any last calls to pull anything else? Senator Mueller. Maverick Adventures, 43. All right, Maverick Adventures has been pulled. Then in that case, I am going to take us to a vote right now. We are voting to go with the SAC recommendation for all of the previous lines that had not been pulled. So, everyone is on the same page of what we're doing here, yes? We're voting for all of these together with the SAC recommendation. Okay. We are going to do this vote by raise of placard or raise of hand on Zoom. And I am going to ask for those in favor, opposed, and abstaining. First of all of those in favor. Hey gang, guess what? It's unanimous. Yay. Look at that. That's like, we're halfway done. That's how that works. All right, thank you very much. I'm just gonna mark down what our vote total was. I have these handy dandy motion sheets here to keep track of what gets motioned, but we are now going to move along to start going down some of the line items that were pulled. With that being said, the first line item that was pulled was campus recreation, line item 41, the main item, which includes intramural sports. They made a request for $848,557. They were given a recommendation from SAC of $813,500. We will now open up discussion on the Campus Rec Mainline Fund. Do we have any discussion? Senator Roberts.
The bigger reason that I brought this out was not actually necessarily to mess with their budget. It was because we called them in that I wanted to have the opportunity for the discussion to happen on them. That being said, I did want to have a bit of a discussion on the idea of potentially playing with their budget if we were to possibly increase the R&R area. So if we were going to hypothetically increase the R&R to 12,000 or 11,000 or whatever it is, that we would trim the equal amount to keep that balanced. That was the main reason why, the other main reason why I wanted to pull this, to have that discussion. Otherwise, I am fine with passing this as is.
President Zelmer.
Am I on? Okay. So, to comment on the moving money around, you asked Campus Rec that, and they said they would prefer the SAC recommendation. So I think if we're going to keep the dollar amount the same, we do what they wished with that. I will mention for Campus Rec, I went through the beautiful budget book here. I've spent long hours with her. I went through, and for all these line items, I pulled out full-time salary, for like staff members, as well as fringe benefits, since those are all contractual, as well as I pulled out any graduate assistants, their tuition and their stipends, and student employment. For Campus Rec in the main line, the full-time salary, fringe benefits, or salary and benefits, as well as the GA tuition and main amount is $611,825. Their student employment is $255,000. All of those equaling more than what we are recommending to give them. With that being said, they do have other sources of income. If they're okay with the SAC amount, I think we should move forward with it. I did just want to mention like the full-time amount. And they mentioned how many people go to the gym daily, which is 1,200, which is probably more than some classrooms see. I yield.
Thank you very much, Senator Blanchard.
I also support the SAC amount, or the SAC recommended amount for that. My logic with pulling the R&R was that we could find that money elsewhere in the SAC budget, not take it from their main line.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are talking about the R&R fund at a later time. This is specifically about Fund Line 41, which is their mainline budget, including intramural sports. Do we have any other discussion points on line item 41? Senator Roberts.
Call the question.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a second on a call to question? Do we have any dissent on a call to question? Seeing no dissent, we are going to do a vote by raise of placard and raise of hands if you are on Zoom. So, once again, all of those in favor of allocating the SAC recommendation of I was going to say line 41. Line 41 to $813,500. All those in favor, raise your placards. Thank you very much. All down. I believe I counted correctly, but just to check to make sure. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. I did count correctly. That is another unanimously passed bill, 27I. Beautiful. All right. Sorry, just documenting that. All right. Yes. Next up, we also had the Maverick Adventures line pulled, line item 43, which they made a request for $30,993. They were given an allocation of $24,800 from SAC. So the motion on the table is to allocate the SAC recommendation of $24,800. Do we have discussion points? I see Senator Mueller.
I kind of just wanted to discuss this one a little bit further with everybody. I know this is kind of more of a smaller program, and a lot of people see value in it. Right now, I'm kind of more on the fence with how their budget is sitting. Personally, I honestly feel like there are, more precedented things that need more attention in the budget. And if we want to, stay committed to students and students of diversity and of other marginalized groups, we have to make hard decisions. And this is kind of just my first hard decision of the night. So yes, I am, I'm not saying they don't deserve the $24,800. I'm not saying they deserve more, deserve less. I kind of just wanted to bring it up for discussion, see what other people are thinking. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, President Zelmer.
So with my numbers, right? So the total amount for Maverick Adventures is $24,800. I'm going to read from the budget book real quick if anyone has questions about it throughout the night. I have it right here. Maverick Adventures runs the climbing wall, which sees about 50 students a night. Trip programs, which throughout the year, Sam has updated us, they've sold out in about 24 hours for all of their events, as well as, so they moved things around a little bit. These used to be separate because they used to be a pilot program about like 7-8 years ago. They moved things around so then like the full-time staff was in the campus rec item. So there is the student hourly, although this comes out of campus rec. So I do just want to say though that they do see about 50 students a night at the climbing wall, and this is what it helps cover. They've also worked really hard over the years. They run the ropes course, which they make sure, and like rentals for the climbing wall, they make sure those are free to student organizations, and they work with departments to make sure that those are free for us, but they do charge any outside groups to use it. So that's how they try to come up with that extra funding. And from the email I showed you all earlier when Todd was talking, if we start like slashing this budget, this means that we're cutting back on those hours. We also don't know the diversity of the students who use those areas. So I don't want to make assumptions on that. I yield.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts.
So in terms of Maverick Adventures, for one, I do not support any further cuts to this area. To start off with, I know when I have talked to my constituents, when I have talked to various groups of students, that this is one of students' favorite programs on this campus. And they have, and I mean, we constantly see it when we hear about their trips, that they're always filled every single time. And I think that this is an area, like, we can find other areas to cut if we want to talk about the cutting game in terms of trying to make sure that the programs that we really, really care about, that, you know, trying to hit that DEI discussion that you're trying to bring up. I think there's other places that we can go in terms of that discussion. I think that we should leave Maverick Adventures alone. I think it's one of students' favorite programs. So I'm going to be supporting the SAC recommendation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Mueller, if you would like, you may use your second talking point. That would mean that you have no more discussion points, but may still make a motion so long as it is a standalone motion.
I believe that I've heard enough of discussion, and I would like to call to question to approve the 2400-800 for Maverick Adventures.
All right. I am aware that we have a call to question. Do I have a second on that? Second, I know we have a dissent over here, or no?
I just wanted to correct something I said earlier because it was wrong.
Oh, I'll allow that as a point of information.
So I was wrong. There is student work hours in the Maverick Adventures budget. I just didn't want like on record me being like that wrong. So they get more than just $30,000 because they have entry fees and other things. The line item for student employment is a total of $52,510. I yield. That's all. I just wanted to correct myself.
All right, now back to the motion at hand. Is there dissent to a call to question? Dissent? All right, we have division. I keep forgetting to turn off my talking point timer, but so since we have division, we're going to do simple raise of placards and hands. All in favor of calling to question now, raise the placards and hands. I think this is a clear majority, so all right, bring them down. Any opposed? Anyone want to keep talking? All right, any abstentions? Seeing none, we're calling to question. Therefore, we are going to do once again a raise of placards and raise of hands in order to count, in order to tabulate this vote. This is once again voting to go with the SAC recommendation of allocating $24,800 to Maverick Adventures, line item 43. All of those in favor, please raise hands or placards. Okay, thank you very much. Hands and placards down. Guess what? This is once again another bill that we are unanimously passing the SAC recommendation. We're zooming through this. This is great. All right, I'm going to take a moment to real quick write down that. While we are going through and writing down that, we are going to pull. Oh yes, the next. Yeah, next up we have the Campus Rec R&R Fund, which is line item 11. We'll open up discussion for line item 11, Campus Rec R&R. Senator Blanchard.
Yeah, I support raising, going above the SAC recommendation by $3,000 to this line. So then we would allocate them $13,000. The auto rec is used by students all across campus, and the equipment in there needs to be maintained. I think it's a draw to our university that we have such a nice facility, and if it starts to fall apart because we're not giving them enough money, that's not going to be too great. So I support raising.
Would you like to make that a motion?
I move that we raise whatever line that is by $3,000.
Thank you very much. I see that's being written down for me. Thank you, friend. So we have a motion on the table to raise by $3,000. Do we have a second? Seconded. All right. Do we have? We are now going to move into discussion on this motion specifically. This resets people's talking point counter, so you have 2 talking points on this motion. This is to, instead of allocating the allotted R&R fund of 10,000 that was given by the SAC recommendation to go to a 13,000 recommendation. As the primary motioner, I would normally give you the opportunity to speak, but I know you already voiced your support. Would you like to speak as the second?
Yes, please. I'm going to echo the same sentiment as Bob, but also I want to point out that this is also an issue of equity, making sure that our students that cannot, are not as financially stable are able to continue to use these facilities and have better access to these facilities as well. So that is why I support this increase to $13,000.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points on an increase of $3,000 to $13,000 for R&R? Any other discussion points? Senator Roberts.
So I would support the 3,000 increase if it had been a cut somewhere else, such as that main line in the.
Point of information.
Please wait until the speaker is finished, and then you can offer a point of information.
At this time, I will be supporting the SAC recommendation, so I will be voting no on this amendment. While I understand the reason for it, and I agree for the reasons for it, but I disagree in terms of I think that that 3,000 should come somewhere else from campus rec, rather than it coming directly and an additional 3,000 being spent there. Just seeing that that would result in us either having to find $3,000 and adding it to the entire cost of everything, or cutting $3,000 to programs already, or potentially expending another $3,000 out of reserves, which I know that we are really trying to prevent a situation where we run away with the reserves, when we know that there's already some other areas that we've already we've already kind of negotiated out in terms of some of the increases that we've already pre-discussed. So I will not be supporting this amendment. I will be supporting the original SAC amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now hear the point of information from Senator Blanchard.
I'm just confused. So would I have done that in my motion of where I would have wanted to take the cut from? Because I do have a place where that money is.
If you would like, you may motion that
May I amend my motion?
Be connected. However, you may not motion with respect to a line item that we have already passed. So you may amend your motion.
Okay, I would like to amend it that the Maverick involvement team would be reduced by $3,000 to account for that. My reasoning is 1,200 people a day are using the auto rec. I don't think 1,200 people are getting the same impact out of the Maverick involvement team, just from what I understand and from what I've heard. So that is my...
I'm going to make a request that as we are not moving things around within a larger area like campus rec, that we wait and temporarily table this motion until we have heard from the until we have heard discussion on the Maverick involvement team, and then we bring this back. And therefore, I would entertain a motion to table this discussion until we come back at around the same time as Maverick involvement team. Before we do so, I do want to hear from John in case I'm messing up constitutionally.
Just procedurally, you can take that as a recommendation, but you would not vote on that motion now, but that could be a suggestion of where that money might come from, and you can still continue to discuss this, but if it's conditional upon that suggestion, then you would need to wait. So.
Is it conditional upon?
Suggestion.
Okay. Then in that case, we have the option to, as a group, table this until we are discussing the Maverick involvement team, or we may proceed with this motion with the recommendation that that is where the money comes from. And instead of hearing a discussion point on that, I kind of want to ask if there is a motion to table it, or if we just want to proceed with that as a recommendation. Is that a motion to do so? Okay. Is that the motion or no?
I would like to proceed.
Okay. Then perfect. That's exact. Senator Roberts.
I'm motioning to table.
Okay. Is there a second on that? Second. Is there dissent on that? Figured. All right. Quick raise of placards. All those in favor of tabling? Okay. Hands down, placards down. All those opposed to tabling? Any abstentions? Okay, the opposition has it. Thank you, abstention noted. We are going to continue with this motion. We're getting into silly Robert's Rules land, guys. So, continuing with this motion to raise line item 11 by 3,000 to 13,000 with the suggestion that we pull from Maverick Involvement Team later, that is not binding in any metric and does not contribute to anything if we pass this motion. So, Senator Destined.
First of all, I think it's unimaginable to see that we are making motions that we have already heard a presentation of how the R&R fund is going to be sustainable in as much we can maintain the SAC recommendation. So I think the SAC recommendation has already shown that we can support the R&R funds by providing them the recommended budget. And I ask a question of if the recommendation of SAC is granted, would this program still continue? And the answer was yes, the program can still continue. So I don't see a reason why we have to increase a budget that is already sustainable, a budget that is already able to go on for maybe the next 1 or 2 years, I don't know. And looking at the current budget, if we think we have a tight budget, I think making these decisions are terrible, because if a budget is sustainable enough with a tight budget situation, we should maintain that budget.
Thank you very much. Do we have a discussion point from Senator Mueller?
Yeah, so I will be coming out in support of raising the recommended budget to 1,300. I think that we need to really support, the physical integrity of our facilities here, as it's our duty to uphold the buildings. It's very easy for us to sit in a nice, cushy, beautiful, ring-lighted room while other parts of the campus are falling apart. So that's why I will be supporting the budget increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Goff.
I would actually like to say I believe the budget is failing at where it is at now, as in my experience, I've nearly gotten hurt several times at the rec center due to the maintenance of the equipment there. I feel it is very much lacking.
Thank you very much. Senator Destined, second and final point.
So I wouldn't be supporting this motion because of several reasons, but specifically with where the budget is coming from, I think it doesn't really give us a good reason why we should pull out of a program that has proven to be impacting the entire campus community, with all of the statistics that were provided to us, with the Maverick Involvement Team helping over 260 recognized student organizations on our campus, which have different number of students population. We also have the impact of how they have the leadership awards that the Maverick Involvement Team provides, the student stipend, student office hours. They have already presented all of these beautiful things that they do. So I think the Maverick Involvement Team is making more impact.
I would like you to maintain discussion on the topic at hand, and we will talk about the Maverick Involvement Team when we get there.
Right. So I was just making comments based on where the money is coming from. So it doesn't convince me enough that the money should be pulled out of that place. So that suggestion alone does not provide a good reason why we should make this increase.
Thank you very much. I see Senator Blanchard, second and final point.
The reason I suggested the decrease was the Maverick Involvement Team. I know we're not speaking on that.
We're not talking about the Maverick Involvement Team. Please keep this to the R&R fund.
The R&R fund needs to be increased, as that is an area that impacts the most amount of students on campus, from my experience, as opposed to other areas of campus that impact 5 students with stipends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, do not talk about the Maverick Involvement Team, please. We are just talking about the R&R fund right now. So, do we have any other discussion points on the R&R fund? President Zelmer.
Are we able to ask, seeing Rec is in the room, am I able to ask them a question? Or is that a no, since not every department's in the room?
I'm actually not entirely sure. John?
Yeah, you can yield to anybody in the gallery usually during discussions, correct?
Perfect, go for it.
Does anyone
object to that?
No, I'm gonna yield. I'll yield for it.
You all, okay, is everyone okay with doing that, or do we not want to start that open? Okay, oh, I need a mic, sorry. We need to make sure everyone on Zoom can hear. So, I can just pass the mic to you if you just want to come here. So a question about the R&R. I know Edmund and I met with you prior. We appreciate that. When we spoke about the R&R, you mentioned that you always look for other money, like before using all of that. Sorry, I'm trying to ask a question not budget related. Are there other pots of money on campus beyond the R&R fund that rec can look to if there was an emergency need to be able to repair something in the rec center?
Probably not an emergency fund. We apply annually, put a request in annually for institutional equipment funds, and we've been successful at times over the years, but that recommendation is already put forward for fiscal '24. So that pot of money we could not go to if we had an emergency situation.
Thank you very much. All right. You would like a second and final speak? Okay.
And then I'll shut up.
Go right ahead.
Sorry. I throughout my 5 years here, have always been a big supporter of Campus Rec and Maverick Adventures. Funny story, my first year, Maverick Adventures was saved by a 15-14 vote, so you're welcome, Sam. Anyways, I think in this hard budget year, especially when we're cutting budgets across the board, I don't think it would be right for us. I think it'd be hypocritical of us to be cutting other departments and having already passed cutting other departments and saying hey, just in case you need it, here's $3,000. Obviously, personally, I would love to give it, but I will be opposing this motion because every department needs some extra money to repair whatever, but we don't have the money this year. With love.
Senator Mueller, second and final discussion point on this topic, or on this motion.
Hi. So again, with the idea that the rec center gets around 1,200 daily visitors, if this is consistent with every day that the university is in operation, seeing that each semester is about 4 months, if you, in theory, this is a very rough guesstimate, that would be about 288,000 visits the entire academic year within the rec center. So that is about 4 times the population of Mankato, just for some context. So this is definitely an issue that affects a large group of students repeatedly, and it is probably one of the most used buildings on campus, besides maybe the dining center, I don't know. But I'm rambling now, so I will yield my time.
Thank you very much. Vice President Ibrahim.
Just going back to what President Silmer says, I will be opposed to this as well. I yield.
Thank you very much. Senator Goff. Second and final point on this motion. Go right ahead.
I just want to say I believe that at the current budget, the maintenance is failing because of the budget. From my experience, maintenance is lacking, and this wouldn't be money just because.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points on this topic? I see Senator Roberts, second and final on this motion.
Well, yes, I agree that we need to be spending more money on maintenance. But as you've already heard what I've said before. I think next year or future year budgets, we can bring it back to the 20K. I think that's one of the first goals that should be of the next Senate. But right now, we need to think about the limitations. And we also don't want to get in a world where our budget just gets vetoed, because that's going to be the worst case scenario for all students. So let's make a recommendation that is feasible right now and think about the future of the students we have right now to be able to solve it next year. And I hate saying that, and I really do want to support this, but right now, we just can't right now. Thank you.
Senator Speltz.
No, it's fine. I'm good.
Okay.
I don't need to say
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points? Mueller, I see yours is up. You have unfortunately exhausted your 2 speaking points. You may make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to call the question to move the budget line up to 1,300 for R&R.
Thank you very much.
13,000, not
13,000.
13,000.
Yes.
13,000.
Absolutely. So we're gonna ask for a second on that and then go into the call to question. I see a second. We'll run with that. I want people to know that if this motion fails, we default back to talking about the SAC budget. If it passes, this is the recommendation that we are sticking with. So if this fails, we're just back to talking about the SAC budget. Therefore, we had a second on calling to question. Do we have any dissent on calling to question? I see a Okay, then in that case, we are now going to go to a vote by raise of placard and raise of hands. All of those in favor of moving the R&R fund from a recommendation of 10,000 from SAC to 13,000, please raise your placards. All right, thank you very much. Oh, where'd my motion sheet go? I gotta keep track. Hee hee. All right, thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Any abstentions? Abstentions? I do not see any abstentions. With that, this motion has unfortunately failed. 8 in favor, 17 opposed. We will now default back to talking about the SAC budget. So this is defaulting back to the allocation of 10,000. Oh, John?
Just from a procedural standpoint.
John, can you use a mic, please? Sorry, we couldn't hear you online. Give me the mic, please.
Heck yeah.
This is just to help you out from a procedural standpoint. If there are no more speakers on the speakers list, there is no motion necessary to call the question because it'll just move into a vote. So I would use the motion to call the question if there are still speakers on the list and you wish to interrupt that and bring to a vote before that list is exhausted. So otherwise, the motion to call the question is not necessary. So, okay.
That is true. Back on the topic of the SAC recommendation, do we have any discussion points talking about the SAC recommendation, or are we ready to vote? I see Senator Destin. Wait for a mic to come your way, wherever it's coming from. There we go. Every time. Every single time.
So first of all, I want to congratulate the Senate for making a really thoughtful decision, because we all know the tight budget situation, and we have heard a presentation from member of the REC tell us that they can operate with their budget based on SAC recommendation. So I think this gives us hope that we are not making a bad decision, because if they can work with the budget, then we should go with the budget instead of us going somewhere else. So I think it was a really good decision, and I would be voting yes based on SAC recommendation. AlterRec deserves the money SAC is recommending, and they are able to work with it. So I think I have no reason not to support that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points? Senator Narala. Sorry, Roberts.
Hello. Okay. While I do not support the raise of 13,000, I do definitely support us voting in favor for the 10,000 that the SAC is recommending. I will be voting in favor of the motion, and with that being said, I call the line item to question.
Sounds good to me. Do we have a second on that? Second, do we have any dissent? No dissent. Beautiful. All right, then in that case, we are going to vote on allocating $10,000 to the Campus Rec R&R fund. We are once again going to do this by raise of placard and raise of hand. So I will now call all of those in favor of allocating $10,000. If this poses, we go back. It fails, we go back to discussion. One. Thank you very much. All of those opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. Any abstentions? Okay. Yep. Got that one. All right, thank you very much. That is once again another recommendation that we have passed. Done there. And moving out of the Department of Campus Rec, we now get to move along to line item 12, which was pulled, forensics, speech, and debate. Do we have any debate on? Yes. I will ask if there's a second on that. Is there any dissent or anyone that wanted to talk about this one?
Yeah, I call that.
Dissent. Okay. We have division. There was a move to call to question already and support for it. So we're gonna go to a real quick vote. Do we want to call to question immediately and jump straight into a vote without discussion? All of those in favor, raise of hands or placards. Thank you very much. All of those opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Hands down. And I saw a lot of abstentions, but if you would like to make the abstention known, you can make the abstention known at this time. Thank you very much. The nays had it. We will be going into a period of discussion. So I would like to, is there anyone for discussion? Senator Destin.
So first of all, I want to make it clear that the reason we are pulling out this line item for discussion is not because you guys are, it's not because forensics or speech and debate do not deserve the money. We all understand the work that they do. We all understand the beautiful things that they have achieved over the years. I just want to provide more explanations so that the decisions that we are making is based on real scenarios. It is based on things that we can justify, that everybody can make acknowledgement to, so that tomorrow we can stand away and defend the decisions we make today. I understand everything that was written, so I just want us to shed light on that a little bit more so that everybody can be on the same page. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Ziegfeld.
I think Senator Roberts.
Oh, sorry, I was taking notes. Senator, if you would like, Senator Roberts, you may go.
I think more than anything, I'm just confused why this line item was pulled. And seeing that we didn't get any explanation, I don't think that there's a reason to further discuss this. So I once again call the question.
There's another call to question. Do we have a second on that? Second, do we have dissent on that? Dissent. We're once again going to do another silly little vote on this. Raise your placard if you would like for us to call to question. All in favor? Okay, hands and placards down. All of those opposed? All right, hands and placards down. And all abstentions. There were a lot of abstentions because there were 7 individuals who wanted to vote to call this to question, and there were 6 individuals who wanted to keep talking. So by a very narrow majority and a lot of abstentions, we are calling this to question. Therefore, for the forensics recommendation, we are currently talking about going with the SAC line item recommendation. We have, yes.
The motion to call a question takes it 2/3.
Does it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm bad at my job. So then in that case, we're going to continue discussion. I have you on the speakers list, but I'm going to keep going down our speakers list as written. Senator Ziegfeld.
Yeah, so there are currently 33 active members of the speech and debate team, and we've had 42 different individuals who have came to our classes or to our team meetings over the course of the year. So it's providing an opportunity for a lot of students to develop a skill that they're going to be able to use for the rest of their life. Furthermore, we offer 2 different classes, Communication Studies 220 and Communication Studies 320, that are directly related to the team, and these classes allow students to fulfill Goal Area 11, which is one of the main ones that you have to be able to perform and fulfill to be able to graduate. So obviously, speech and debate provides a lot of really, really good opportunities for our students, and I think that we should go with the recommendation of SAC.
I will note that the classes, as far as I am aware, do not come out of the SAC recommendation. Open to being corrected, but it sounds like that is the case. So we are now going to Senator Wing.
I just want to voice support in favor of the SAC recommendation. I'm just voicing my support for the SAC recommendation, maintaining $15,180. Especially given that they were not invited to this meeting. I feel like if anything were to be cut, that would be a kind of a bad move on our part. I think that would look very bad and disingenuous for what they've shown us this year. So.
Thank you very much. President Zummer.
They didn't take either opportunity to appeal. Also, Senator Zigweed, you really proved by you won so many awards at the Mankato speech tournament, but they didn't appeal, so I think we leave it as is. I think we leave it as is. I think using motions to try to stop discussion before it's even happened is a waste of time. I yield.
Thank you very much, Senator Narala.
I completely agree. I also stand by Senator Zigweed. I've personally been to tournaments with speech and debate, and we've won a bunch of awards. If there isn't any motion on the table to increase or decrease the amount, I'd like to call the line item into question.
That's another call to question. Do we have a second? I see a lot of seconds. Do we have any dissent? Dissent on this one? Beautiful. We're all ready to go. All right. Then it sounds like we're ready to make our vote on this. So the forensic speech and debate team were requesting $16,500. SAC recommended to give them $15,180. We are voting on the SAC recommendation. We are once again going to do a raise of placard and a raise of hands. So all of those in favor of the SAC recommendation, please raise your placards or hands at this time. Thank you very much. Placards and hands down. All of those opposed? Opposed, thank you. And all abstentions. I will note these are two very good uses of an abstention because these two individuals are in forensic speech and debate. And I would encourage others to follow their lead in the future for maintaining personal biases and distances. Thank you very much. All right, with that, the SAC recommendation passes 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. All right, so I was given a recommendation, and I'm going to run with that recommendation, which is to follow the order that groups were called in first and then come back to the other ones that were pulled later. So next we are going to hear from gender and sexuality programs, or not hear from them. We're going to hear about gender and sexuality programs from you guys. Open for discussion points. Okay. I see a motion on the table from Senator Roberts.
I motion to, thank you. I motion to amend the allocation to $55,000.
Amending to $55,000 from the recommendation of $51,150. That is the full amount that they had requested to SAC previously. This motion is on the table. Do I have a second? I see a second from Senator Mueller. All right, we are now in discussion about raising the allocation from $51,150 to $55,000. I see discussion points are already being put up, but first we will hear from the main motioner and then the second.
When LGBTQ individuals and women's rights has been trampled upon across this country, we have an obligation. We have an obligation as a Senate to prevent this continued abuse against these communities. So I believe that we must, in order to follow the resistance that has happened against our communities, that we must uphold funding at a total amount. We cannot waver our support. We cannot decrease this area. And also considering what they provided in the presentation about the potential of resources going down, this is an extremely important area. This affects diversity, equity, and inclusion on our campus, and this is an absolute must. We cannot cut this area. We must uphold this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the second Senator Mueller like to speak?
Yep, I'm going to offer my support in the full amount. mainly because I believe there are other line items down the budget that can be pulled from for this, and that will be discussed when those items come up. I don't want to bring anything up and cause more discussion, but you know, going off of Senator Roberts, yes, we do have an obligation. Yes, we are at a time period where anti-LGBT and anti-women attacks are increasing and becoming ever more frequent. And with the presentation and looking at the budgets, you know, kind of report that the student or the gender and sexuality programs has provided is that they have potential of losing funding, that funding is not secured, that every year there's different line items in their budget that fluctuate for how much money they receive. And so I believe that we should honor their request and do the full amount with the intention that other line items down the budget will be amended to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Ibrahim.
Okay, thank you guys for your concerns. I would just like to say that after our discussion last week in committees, we heard the concern that most of the senators raised about the SAC recommendation when it came to gender and sexuality. We decided to give those, give back to 1,000 back to gender and sexuality.
This is, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off here. That would be a separate motion. You can, or an amendment to that. If you would like, you can make that amendment to instead request to do 1,000 instead of the full amount.
Yes, that's the point.
Okay, and it has been seconded. I assume that this is not going to be taken by the, yeah, I saw your head shake before. So therefore, this is an amendment on the motion. This once again is resetting the amount of talking points that you can have. And how this is going to work is we're going to discuss and vote on this amendment to this motion, and then we're going to come back to this motion either as amended or as it currently stands, and then we come back to it. Robert's Rules is fun. All right. I know that we heard from Vice President Ibrahim for the proposal of this motion. Would you like to continue since I kind of cut you off midway, or do you want to yield to your second?
Yield to my second.
Hi. Yeah, so the reason we come forward with this amendment is because we're using like similar philosophies for almost all the same line items, right? And we understand diversity, equity, inclusion is so critical to this campus. We are looking at programming money. This isn't like student stipends, this isn't any of that. So when we're discussing line items later on, because I think a similar line item might be brought up that was earlier, we need to really think about what this means to the overall amount. Right now we're still at that $132,000 out of reserves. If we start getting that higher, next year they're going to be sitting in the same exact position we are in right now. I think that amending the SAC recommended amount up $1,000 still shows our dedication and our values to diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as showing, as well as like recognizing what everyone has brought up in just like discussions earlier on. I would like to remind everyone that they took neither chance to appeal. I will share my screen real quick to show the form that they filled out. First, it means we will need to scale back on 2 to 3 events. Scale back, I assume means not cut. It just means scale them back a little bit, open to be like hollered at from the gallery. And then we recognize budgets are tight for everyone this academic year. We provide important support to students from menstrual products to binders and pregnancy tests, everything. Speakers, catering, supplies have increased in costs. We are looking at larger dollar amount cuts from different program areas, so I really think we need to think about this budget holistically. And when we are thinking about that, I think giving $1,000 back still reflects our values and still reflects everything that has been brought up by the prior speakers. Also, I can tell that we have a speech and debate GA in the room with how things are phrased. But I think we need to really be mindful of how other departments would look at this, as well as the students in the area being able to see that we still want to support them, even though that support was not necessarily directly asked of us. That extra support, I would say. I yield.
This amendment would be to allocate $52,150 as our recommendation. I see we have a discussion point from Senator Roberts.
I think you obviously know that I will not be supporting this amendment. I think before we even go down this route of this amendment, I believe that we should take a vote on the $55,000 amount. But that aside, I still think that still having a cut like this represents a bad trend of what has been historically done to the LGBTQ community and women's rights overall. I get that this is programming money. I get that we're talking about scaling back 2 or 3 programs. But as they said earlier, when they were invited up to speak, some of these programs make or break their experience, make or break potentially their livelihood, make or break their willingness to, stay here, right? This is not only talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, this is a retention issue as well. This is a variety of issues that we are talking about, and even the slightest bit represents regression. Regression on some of the most important issues of our time. We should not stand for a regression of these important issues of our time. Therefore, I believe that we should still go with the 55,000. We should reject this amendment that has been put forward and vote for the full amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Royker.
If I recall correctly, last week we were told that our, I believe it was either just the LGBT Center or like our gender and sexuality programs are among the best funded in the country. And I believe that the recommendation of still giving back that additional $1,000 is, it's really important in showing that we support them. And yeah, I support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points specifically on this amendment? Whether you are in favor of or opposed to this amendment? Any other discussion points? Seeing none, we are going to go to a vote on this amendment. So, to clarify, is that a discussion point? Okay, I thought it was going to be a motion to call the question. I was like, no. Destin, go right ahead.
I actually feel I tap into the sentiments of Roberts and all of the explanations he gave about the need for the money. However, I feel like we are trying to make a less difficult decision and then making even the worst mistakes if we are cutting from somewhere, putting money into somewhere. I think this was a mistake that student government made in the past that reflect to a lot of student organizations to be a bad decision. SAC recommendation was proposed. Student government has deliberated. Departments have been called. They have given justifications. They have justified their budget. We have asked them question of how this cut is going to impact your programs. They have stated how these cuts are going to impact them. I think we do not have the expertise to appeal for a department that has already not appealed. So I don't think if someone does not appeal, you can justify more for them. That's why the appeal process was for. If you think this is going to severely impact your program, you can use the appeal process. To the extent that those appeal standards were not followed, I wouldn't take money from another department budget to enhance another department budget. So in short, I think we should go by SAC recommendation.
Please make sure that we are using the proper preferred pronouns of individuals around the table and outside of this body in order to show a means of respect. With that being said, Senator Roberts.
I would like to also add another reason to justify the 55,000, and that is also the fact that gender and sexuality have stayed flat over a very long, extensive time. This is a cut. This is not like a magical increase or something like that. They have consistently stayed at this number, and this is still a drop. I still hold everything that I've said before. I'm not going to repeat it again to save time, but I think that we must vote against this amendment as it goes. In my view, it is anti-LGBTQ and anti-women's rights, and that we must go for the full 55K. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have second and final discussion point from Senator Destin?
Just a point of correction, just because we feel this money should not be given, it does not mean we hate LGBTQ or we anti them. It just means we are looking at the reality of the current budget situation of our university and making decisions. So I would disagree with that. And just to provide context, like I said, the opportunity was given to every department to appeal for a budget if they think they need it. If you did not appeal, there is no way we can figure out how you need the money. That's why we granted this opportunity to departments and programs to appeal if they needed additional money. So the fact that we could not get that appeal process done, I don't think it's the right decision of a student government to just imagine that they need the money. So the day not appeal, we have no reason to think that we should provide additional funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Senator Narala retracted there, so would you still like to go? Yield to redundancy. I will also note there's a lot of speculation about the motives and means of the individuals. We have them in the gallery, or at least one of them, so if anyone wishes to yield to them, you absolutely can. Senator Mueller?
Yes, that was the, oh my gosh, that was the purpose of my placard being up, is to yield to the appropriate people.
Would you like to phrase a question to them to specifically inquire
yes,
about?
I would. I would like to ask you guys, what exactly can you, so like, I'd ask you to take both budgets into consideration and see what you guys would be able to do with the SAC recommended budget and what you'd be able to do with the requested budget of $55,000. So, and kind of explain the differences between the two budgets and what we could see, or like the possibilities of each budget. So thank you.
Thank you for that question, and thank you for the discussion. If we were to be fully funded, which, we made our request and made the choice to not move forward with an appeal, recognizing many cuts across many programs, if we would maintain the $55,000, we would continue to offer the level of programming we've been able to offer this year. So whether that's the product support that we provide, bringing in therapies that support LGBT students, providing these developmental programs, also recognizing that we are picking up some incredible STEAM for our women in STEM. I mean, that's cute, right? Programming, and so I know that those are only going to grow. So we would be able to, I think, maintain that. I think with the cut, we have things that we have to adjust. Recognizing that you have many things also that you have to adjust. We would have to decide, are we going to do mugs and muffins for Welcome Back to introduce new people to campus, to the Women's Center and the LGBT Center? Are we going to cut meals from 3 programs, because that's about the average of what it's costing, for catering, and bring, and hope that students are coming, and so this is where your support is also helpful. Are students going to show up when there isn't a meal? We try to program high above that, but recognizing that that's an important way to serve students as well through that community. So I don't know if that was a clear enough answer, but that's where we're at with kind of both options of being fully funded or taking the reduction. As many of our other compatriots across campus are being asked to do.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion points on specifically this amendment? No, you are not. You still have a discussion point. Go ahead.
Senator Roberts, I understand your point with that they've stayed even for many years and now they're taking a decrease. There are many departments that we are discussing today that have taken major decreases within the last 5 years, once or multiple times, and are taking another decrease this year. And that we've already passed their budget and didn't discuss giving them a full increase. I think $1,000 will help try to make sure that it'll stay even. They would still be down under $3,000, they'd be down around $2,900 or $850 if my math is correct. I think that they will do their best to continue serving students as they shared they will. Every other department is taking cuts this year, and it is critical, especially ones that have taken some have taken more massive cuts in the past than others, but it's really important that we aren't skewing the narrative.
Thank you very much. Senator Bryant. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say I agree with the amendment that the ED and MMA, sorry. I agree because if we have to take a small hit now, like a small cut now, for us to have everything fully funded or more in the next 1 or 2 years, I think we should do that. Like we can maintain for now to grow later. So I think we should do the recommendation.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other people on the discussion list, so yeah, I'm just gonna move us to question right now, move us into a vote, and this is a vote on the amendment specifically. This amendment is to change the original motion to an allocation of $52,150. That is not to pass this as the recommendation. After this amendment, we would still have to vote whether or not we want that to be the recommendation, period. Or if this amendment fails, we default back to talking about the $55,000. That also does not pass the $55,000. We would then have to vote on passing the $55,000. Welcome to Robert's Rules. So this is just specifically on the amendment. All those in favor, raise of placards and hands. Thank you very much. All of those opposed, raise of placards and hands. What? Thank you very much. So this amendment passes, 21 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. That means that we are now talking about the new proposal to allocate $52,150 to gender and sexuality instead of the SAC recommendation of $51,150. I see, I think I saw Senator Mueller's point go up first, if you would like to go.
I would like to call to question for the amended amount of $52,150.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Second, do we have any dissent? Dissent? Okay, thank you very much. We have division, raise of placards if you want to call to question right now. All in favor? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay. All abstentions. Thank you very much. That is a clear majority of over 2/3, which is a thing I just learned this late into the year. And therefore, we are going to call to question on this motion to allocate $52,150 to gender and sexuality. If this fails, we go back to the general discussion and we default back to talking about the SAC recommendation. You can still put forward amendments by that point, but not amendments that have already been discussed. Therefore, all of those in favor of allocating $52,150.
Please raise your hand on Zoom for votes.
All right, placards and hands down. Opposed. Okay. Abstentions. Thank you. Another great use of abstentions for conflicts of interest. Love to see it. Then this recommendation passes 21 to 1 to 3. Recommending $52,150 to gender and women's gender and sexuality programming. Sorry, get a little silly goofy. Next up, we have the next up we have the Maverick Food Pantry for discussion. President Zelmer.
I would like to make a motion to increase the SAC recommended amount from $30,000 to $35,000. My second was already Idman. She wants to give up her spot.
Yeah. Inman, do you want to claim that second since it was already pre-discussed? Okay, yeah.
Yes, I can talk, right?
Actually, yeah, motioner gets to talk first.
Sorry. So we just got up and they shared how many students use this. The rest of the budget, although critically important to students, the food pantry makes sure that they are fed and they are able to come to class, which has been shown to be make or break on whether or not students are able to stay in school throughout their entire lifetime. I know I was just up here preaching about how we shouldn't increase if they didn't appeal. However, I know it's kind of been overside conversations we've heard with everyone, the Maverick Food Pantry, especially since we're the largest supporter right now. I think we need to make sure that, especially with skyrocketing food increases, that they're able to meet the needs of students who are facing food insecurity. We've partnered with them in the past, as well as that's been a priority that we've had a lot of movement on with the fridge in the office as well. So I'm sorry I got on my high horse about not appealing and then giving money, but for groceries, I think we can do that. I yield.
Can I have you restate the amount that you wish to raise it by?
Raise the SAC recommendation of $30,000 by $5,000 to a total of $35,000.
Thank you very much. Now, we will hear discussion on this motion to raise the Maverick Food Pantry recommendation to $35,000. Senator Roberts.
Just as earlier, the food pantry is so critical to our students on this campus. I think we all know at least one or more students, our friends, people that we have gotten to know who have used the food pantry. Combating food insecurity is a must for all campuses. So I can see nothing but approving this increase. This has to be done. Voting against it is voting against students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mesta. Oh yeah, wherever a mic comes from. Thank you very much, IT.
Is this on? Okay. Yeah, so I support the $5,000 increase because this supports all our students. The food pantry has been something that's been really supporting students. And I really think it's important that we keep that up and that we support this because costs are going up on the food items. And I think it's important that we help support our students who are struggling to go to classes because they're starving and can't pass their classes. Supporting this is supporting students to achieve their dreams of graduating and getting a career.
Thank you very much, Senator Narala.
I stand behind all of my fellow senators. I appreciate everyone working with the everyone that the pantry has been supporting, and it's been a great resource for all of the students on campus. So it would just be redundant, and I'd like to call to question.
Redundant is a fun word. Thank you for that.
If there are not any amendments to the motion presented, I just call that line item to question.
We're calling this motion to question. Is there a second on that? See a second. Is there any dissent on calling to question? Any dissent? Beautiful. All right, then in that case, we're going to do another vote by raise of hand or raise of placards. This is the motion to allocate $35,000 to the Maverick Food Pantry. All of those in favor, please raise hands or placards. Thank you very much. All of those opposed? I see. Is that that's not an opposed vote from Mueller, right? No. Cool, I was gonna say, don't vote twice. But I see 0 opposed. Any abstentions? I did not think so. I thought I counted correctly. But this unanimously passes. We have agreed to allocate $35,000 to Maverick Food Pantry. Love to see a unanimous. All right, next up is Multicultural Center Student Activities. I see Vice President Ibrahim.
Okay, this is kind of same as the gender and sexuality. After our committee's meetings and our discussions the other day, we also decided to give back 1,000 this area.
Is that a motion?
Oh yeah, just looking at it, just to recognize those this space, supporting and networking for students that often are underrepresented, and I yield.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, and I heard the second was President Zelmer, and I will count that as your discussion point in favor of the motion, and we will hear from the second if you would like to speak on this motion.
Sure, I'll be brief. We figured that if we were going to do 1,000 back to another area, we would stick to the same logic and do 1,000 for this area as well. I yield.
Thank you very much. Senator Mesta.
I support the $1,000 increase because the Multicultural Center supports over 20 RSOs, and these RSOs are the groups that really are the lifeblood of helping diverse students be on campus. This is the only place where students can feel like themselves. I've seen that across when I'm talking to students. They are all students involved, and this will really help for next year's group to really be engaged as we move on and we support our diverse students of color.
Senator Goma.
I would like to also support that 1,000 give back to the multicultural student activity because I want to say that they are the one who actually have an impact on the campus as like they really do activity to bring more students from every different country, different background, and that's something like we have to actually encourage, and that 1,000 can really help them with more activity, more funding, and more with just doing more for the student. I just want to say I am with that motion.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
Just as is earlier with gender and sexuality, I believe right now we're in an era where multicultural students and LGBTQ and women are being targeted at an unbelievable rate. I think that the $1,000 increase is better than nothing, but I still am going to advocate for the full amount requested. Therefore, I bring an amended motion for the full $48,000. Thank you.
This is an amendment on the table to raise the motion provided from requesting $46,600 as proposed by Vice President Ibrahim to raising it to $48,000. Do we have a second? I see a second. All right, then in that case, we are now moving into discussion on this amendment to allocate $48,000 to Multicultural Center activities. This is once again going to reset the speakers list. So, friends, would you like to speak as the motioner, or actually no, sorry, you already gave it before you made the amendment, so I will pass it off to the second if the second would like to speak.
I support this motion because, first of all, how much of an impact can we see a $1,000 make if we really want to create an impact? Like, it's better we go with stack recommendation if we truly think that they don't deserve the money, or if we recognize the work they do and we want them to enhance the work, give them the requested amount. So I feel like making $1,000, $500 additional, like putting that money on their budget when they requested something more, I don't think it's going to help them in any way. So I rather give them the full amount or go by SAC recommendation. So in this case, I will go with SAC I'll go with the full amount they requested.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points on this amendment? See Senator Roberts.
Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit more. I think that a lot of the programming and that the Multicultural Center provides is critical to students. And I know that I've said it earlier, but I really want to put it forward. We're seeing states like Florida. We're seeing states like Tennessee. We're seeing states like Alabama, states like Missouri, Kansas. The list goes on and on about states that are trying to work to ban DEI, ban the rights of being able to have multicultural centers. And yes, I know that we are not that state. And yes, I know that we are making a lot of progress in the state. But I don't want to see regression in our institution. Well, yes, I get that the previous motioner, and I get Edie's idea of the $1,000 increase. I would like to see that full amount. And I think that's the most ethical thing. That's the most thing that we can do to support our students and support everyone on this campus. So I just desperately want to see the Multicultural Center see its full funding amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion points specifically on the amendment? President Zelmer.
I'll be opposing this amendment not because I disagree with the points being brought up, but because we are in a difficult budget year. Everyone across the board is seeing cuts, and I think, well, actually, I'm not going to. So I think that we need to hold true to what we just did for a different center and not use different logic between the two centers that are often comparable in their services and the programming that they sort of try to produce. I think that it's really important that we are consistent with our logic across the board, and I yield.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion points? Seeing no other discussion points, we will go into a vote on this amendment. This amendment, once again, just like with the gender and sexualities, would change the original motion from $46,600 to $48,000, and would then move us into a discussion on voting on whether we are allocating $48,000 instead of the SAC recommendation. If this amendment fails, we return to a discussion on the $46,600 number proposed by Vice President Ibrahim. So, going into this vote, raise of hands or placards if you are in favor of amending to $48,000. Thank you very much. Hands and placards down. All of those opposed? Thank you. Abstentions? Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. This amendment does not pass, and we will be returning to the discussion on the number proposed by Vice President Ibrahim, $46,600. I previously had Senator Wolde-Kuyden next on my speakers list for this motion. Would you still like to go? No? Okay. Then once again, back at the top of the discussion here, for who would like to talk on the motion for $46,600. Senator Destin.
Motion to call the question.
Call the question. Is there a second? Is there dissent? Seeing no dissent, we're calling to question. All of those in favor of $46,600 being allocated to the Multicultural Center activities. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. All right. Thank you very much. Hands and placards down. All those opposed? All right, and any abstentions? Abstentions. Beautiful, thank you very much. That is, once again, another unanimously passed recommendation to allocate $46,600 to Multicultural Center activities. Beautiful. All right, I'm horribly falling behind in my notes, and it's kind of funny. But next up, we have music ensemble. So we will now open up discussion on music ensemble. I see Senator Wing.
So I just want to echo what we heard from, thank you. Just want to echo what we heard from Professor Thursby earlier about how we represent over 600 students of our Maverick community. And actually something that most of y'all didn't know that wasn't actually touched on earlier is that music ensembles on this campus have only seen a decrease over the last 10 years. In fact, with this current proposal is a more than $12,000 decrease from where they were 10 years ago. And with that, I would like to recommend allocating an additional $2,000, bringing it to a total of $169,100.
What amount?
$2,000, $169,100.
An additional $2,000 to a total of total of $69,100.
Do we have a second? I see a second from Senator Blanchard. I will be accepting that one. And this is now moving into discussion on this motion specifically. I saw your placard up, Mendez Martinez. Would you like to speak on this motion, or would you like to Sorry, actually, I need to give it to the second first. So sorry. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I fully support this motion. I believe that we need to put more money into fine arts. There's cuts all across the state of Minnesota in theater, music, all kinds of programs like that. And it's super important. We need to highlight these things, especially as if we want to attract new students to our university. We need to show that we value them with where we put our student dollars.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
I want to echo Senator Blanchard. I want to echo Senator Wing. A large amount of my constituency also comes from this area. And seeing years and years and cuts on particularly an academic area of all areas. Like, this is people's education that we are beginning to affect here. It's one thing when we're talking about decreases in programming, it's another when we talk about affecting their academic experience and how good their program is academically. So I support this $2,000 increase for music. I think that we need to seriously think about the academic implications in terms of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a slight derailment just for a quick second to give a point for some people, because I just got asked this as a question. If you need to go to the bathroom or go back to get food or like snacks at any time, just feel free to like get up, go to the bathroom. We're human beings, kind of how we work, but yes, we're going to keep moving along with our discussion. Senator Mueller. Yes, sorry.
I always do that. I'm going to actually have to come out against this motion. I feel that there are other areas that could use the funding that would be allocated to this for the increase. I understand it's a very important program, don't get me wrong. I am not attacking music itself. I'm just looking at this from a financial aspect. I mean, I was in choir and music and theater all throughout high school, and I'm a very big, personally, I support the arts. But when there are other services that have not received the increases fundings that they should have gotten, and there's other services down the line that we have yet to discuss that deserve this funding, I cannot justify, giving this money to this program. My justification on a more financial level is that if there is a decrease in students participating in the arts, then it's hard to say, but honestly, I think the finances should correlate with that. From me coming, there's obviously a million justifications against it, but talent, it doesn't come from money. Talent comes from people, and people are creative and they'll find ways. So thank you.
I would like to reference earlier when Music Ensemble said that they've seen an increase in participation, just to make sure to note to note that we are operating off of the correct facts. And I will now go to Senator Destin.
I highly value the work of the music department and everything they do. I am a little bit concerned that taking money from somewhere that is not stated and just assuming that we should give that money without stating where this money is coming from, that is concerning for me, especially with the reality of the budget situation of our university. I think this decision is not about this thing being, or it is not about individual being involved with the program. It is about making a budget decision that affects the entire university, that affects the entire student population of our campus. So I am not opposed to the idea of giving money to where money needs to be given. I am opposed to the idea of not knowing where this money is coming from and going to pull out of another department program or budget. So I reserve all comments now until I can get the benefit of the doubt of where this $2,000 is coming from. I would go with SAG recommendation.
I next up have Senator Roiger.
All right. I just wanted to say with music ensembles, I support this increase, especially because, for example, when you're in the math machine, you can take that for credit. That is, goes towards your degree. When you go to hockey games, you hear the math machine. When you go to football, you hear them. All the choir ensembles, all the productions they put on. And I truly believe in order to continue seeing these programs grow as much as we are seeing right now, we need to start showing a little bit more support. And as far as what Senator Destin was talking about with uncertainty about where the money would come from, that's why we're here, is to figure out where that money would come from. And we're here to make those decisions. And I think right now is vital to show our support to these programs.
Senator Nurala. Okay, thank you. Senator Wing.
So I just want to remind senators that this is still a $3,050 decrease in their funding for the current fiscal year. And this is just precedent for the last 10 years. In my research coming up into this meeting, I looked at every fiscal year from fiscal year 13 until 23, and they have not seen an increase since. We actually used to fund them at $79,950 back in fiscal year 13 and have consistently decreased, while other departments have seen nearly doubles in a lot of their budgets. So that's just one thing to keep in mind.
Thank you very much. Senator Mendez, would you still like to speak or no? Go right ahead.
I just feel that everybody has a point on, like we are over the budget and we're at cap and whatever. But at the same time, he said that there's like over 600 students again, and there's non-majors that are actually like joining this program. And again, I understand that there's a lot of like defunding from like theaters and arts and everything. But then again, if we look at the bigger picture, there's even like non-majors that aren't even music majors that are joining these programs that are like involved, and they come from all over different backgrounds, and yet we're not here supporting that, when I think that we should, even though again, we have to take a lot of other things into consideration. But then again, we have to look at the bigger picture, that there's people again joining that are not even part of this major. So I think it's a tough decision, but at the same time, we have to look at the bigger picture and kind of advocate for students that are within the program and not in the program, but that are actually joining that are not again. So.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Sorry, thank you to our IT friend.
If I were to give a suggestion, because I know there's a question about where would this come from, I know that I've talked to the SAC chair potentially about taking it potentially from the non-budgeted request fund as a potential place to go. So if that alleviates some of those concerns, but other than that, I very much support this. I would give that as a suggestion if we were going to trim $2,000 in order for music to get a little bit more support.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Senator Destin. Yep. No, it's just a long speakers list. Sorry, it takes a while to wrap back around.
So this, I just don't want to repeat, but like I said, this is a really critical decision we are making, especially if we don't have a realistic picture of where we're taking money from to allocate money to departments. And it is not a matter of taking things personally, because the decision we make affects the entire student body. It affects the budget situation. We cannot use a different approach of how we allocate funds for one department and use like a different approach to how we give to the other. I think our approach should be very broad. It should be very clear enough that people can understand the logic. Otherwise, I think we are making decisions based on our affiliation with departments. And that is something I'm concerned about the integrity of Senate. So unless we can have a full picture of where this 2,000 is coming from, like I said, Sierra was the chair of SAC. Can I yield to Sierra to maybe explain a little bit of how this decision of the recommendation was made? Because now I see you are proposing a different budget when you chair a committee that recommended a different budget. Can you make the clarification for Senate?
Sierra, you can respond to that if you would like to. You don't have to.
Yeah, sure, I'll respond. So that 8-hour meeting was just one meeting where we gave a recommendation. Since then, we are still learning new information, such as the increase of, I can't find my note from earlier, but 160 some students this fall for music. Like, that's higher than what they said during their SAC presentation. And so that is why I am in support of this increase, is just continuously learning new information and making sure that we are going off the latest information we know.
Follow-up question.
You are actually out of speaking points. I'm so sorry. But President Zelmer.
I am going to motion to amend this motion from $2,000 to $1,000. I'll be louder for you guys. Okay, so I'm going to motion to amend the $2,000 motion. You are in the room. Okay. To $1,000 for a total of $68,100. Earlier we were discussing other line items. I understand that this one has been cut in the past. However, we are still in a hard budget year. And I think that it's important that if we are like, hey, I think we should maybe use the same kind of number, we are actually using that same kind of number if we're giving increases to areas. So I think we do the 1,000. So that is why I'm bringing it forward as a motion. And I have a second from Vice President Ibrahim. That way, people don't look at this and they go, oh, wow, they only gave gender and sexuality and DEI or multicultural center activities $1,000 back, but they wanted to give theater $2,000. So I think we just kind of hold the line on the 1,000. Also, that would slightly help out our budget situation instead of 2,000.
I would like to note that we are not discussing theater. We are discussing the music ensemble, but I think
did I
that
say theater?
you're good.
I
Yeah.
meant music ensemble.
I just wanted to clarify for folks. I'm being pedantic today. As the second Vice President Ibrahim, would you like to speak on this?
No.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the original motion to move it from allocating an extra 2,000 to allocating 1,000, changing it to requesting 6,000 or 68,100. I'll just simply ask if the motioner and the second support this, or yeah, I figured. I was like, we're going to probably go into discussion. So let's go into discussion on this amendment to change the increase from 2,000 to 1,000. Discussion on this amendment. Senator Royger.
I truly believe we need to stick with the 2,000 increase just because this is an area that students can actually receive credit that goes towards their degrees. So supporting that is what I think we should be doing. Yeah.
I will note that this is specifically not covering the degree programs and the academic affairs side of things. Is it? The math machine? Can you speak into a mic and we'll see if we can clarify that?
Pretty sure Math Machine can be taken for credit. Like those that are a part of that or part of marching band, that counts as credits.
Can I ask John to clarify?
Just to make sure there's an understanding, what you're talking about here, student activity fees cannot be used for academic purposes. So that is something that is restricted. So again, student activity fees cannot be used for academic purposes if that impacts your discussions.
Thank you very much. Vice President Ibrahim, and then I'll come back, yeah, sorry.
Okay, I would just like to say, if the department has an appeal and we are already giving 1,000 back, I think we should stick with that as we did with the other department.
Thank you very much. Senator Mueller.
I am in support of the 1,000 increase instead of the 2,000. I think with the budget constraints that we are dealing with, this is a good kind of middle ground. We are still, giving more than SAC recommended, then we are also being, conservative with what we're increasing. So with that, I actually will call to question.
That's a call to question. Is there a second? Second, is there a dissent? I see a dissent. All right, then all in favor of calling to question, raise of hands or placards. All right, I see, okay, thank you. All opposed? Thank you. And abstentions? I noted a couple abstentions, but this is Yeah, there's a couple people missing as well, which will be counted as abstentions. There's a clear majority of over 2/3, so we will be moving to a vote on this amendment and whether we wish to change the motion from 69,100 to 68,100. All of those in favor of, yes. Motion on the table.
Since we're missing some people, I have a motion for a recess for like 3 minutes.
My worry would be that if we recess, we would lose more people. If you wish, I can wait like a little bit, but we can't call a recess or pause in the middle of a voting period. And since the call to question has already been accepted, we're technically in a voting period. So, with that being said, I know we're missing a few people, but in the, yeah. I count one missing? Okay. Then I will do the vote, and if the person returns, we can count them. Otherwise, they will unfortunately be counted as an abstention. Do a roll call vote? There's a motion on the table to do a roll call vote. So, with that being said, is there a second on a roll call vote? Second on a roll call vote. Is there any dissent on a roll call vote? Dissent. Okay. Then in that case, raise of placards or hands if you want to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Raise of placards or hands if you want to do a roll call vote. See, this is fun because we're stalling for the person. 1, 2. Beautiful. Hands and placards down. All right. And all opposed. All right. There is a clear majority. I'm sorry, we're not doing a roll call vote.
Oh, look at that.
Yes! Senator Roberts, thank you. This is the first time you will hear me say this. Thank you for stalling. Hopefully the last time you hear me say it too. But, so we are now going to go into a vote by raise of placards and hands as to whether or not we want to amend the motion from 69,100 to 68,100 for music ensemble. This is the amendment, not the motion itself. So, all in favor of this amendment, raise of hands and placards. Thank you. All opposed to this amendment who wish to keep it at the discussion for 69,100. Thank you. And all abstentions. Valid. Thank you very much. It looks like this amendment has passed, and we will now move from discussing the 69,100 to the now amended 68,100 to music ensemble. We will also reset the speakers list. So, discussion points or call the question. Yes, Senator Mueller.
Question for music and ensemble to be 68,100.
Beautiful, thank you. Do we have a second? Do we have dissent? I don't see dissent. Beautiful. All right. Raise of hands or placards. All in favor of allocating 68,100 to music ensemble. All right. All opposed. I see, yeah, 3. Beautiful. Thank you. All abstentions? Thank you. All right. With that, we have 22 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention to allocate $68,100 to music ensemble. That passes. All right. I am actually going to, because we've heard this brought up a couple times over the last couple, I'm going to take a moment to request of John, because John's been plugging numbers into the spreadsheet the whole time, to give us an update on where we are sitting as far as what percentage increase we're looking at or what amount of money we're looking at taking out of reserves based on the recommendations we have passed thus far?
Sure. Thank you, Speaker Novak. Right now, as of right now, assuming that the other SAC recommendations go through, if you leave the SAC recommendations as they are, you're looking at 9.28% right now, and that includes 132 from reserves. That does not include 9.28% increase to $10.24 per credit hour, banded at 122.88. So your prior, before amending anything, you were at 8.96%, I believe was the number. You're at 9.28 right now, assuming that there are no other changes to the existing recommendations you have not discussed yet.
If we wish to keep that number below 9%, how much would be required to take out of reserves?
Let me plug in some different numbers here real quick.
I have that number.
Oh, thank you.
So
140.
with the current increases we've made, if we did all the increases out of reserves, we would be at $140,000 out of reserves. I do want to let you all know that that was kind of the reserve number that when we were looking through all the budget, when I was looking through all the budget books, that I was kind of hoping to stay underneath, because once we start getting more than that, that looks like major issues for like the coming years, and we want to make sure that we are like planting steps in order for next, like future student governments to be able to get out of the budget hole that has kind of been, that we have been kicked into. So like, let's make sure we don't kick them into a deeper hole.
I plugged that number into the sheet that I've been updating, and I can confirm that that number is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unless I am missing something, I believe that the next group that we will discuss will be fraternity and sorority life. So do we have any discussion points for fraternity and sorority life? The current allocation is, the SAC recommended allocation is to dedicate $12,500. Do we have any discussion points on fraternity sorority life? Senator Hart.
I'm very much for this. I'm in Greek life, so I'm full-heartedly for this. We had a huge cut last year, and we did what we could, and we were very grateful for like what COVID did do for us, which was having that money. So I just think like I'm full for this to just keep it right at SAC recommendation.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? I see Senator Goff.
I want a motion to raise the SAC recommendation to 15,000. As they mentioned earlier, that they wouldn't have been able to do some of their major events and conferences without the full amount. And the only reason they were able to do that last year is because they had the amount roll over. So there wouldn't be a reason not to give the full amount then. Otherwise, it would kind of be wasted.
All right, do we have a second? All right, we have a second from Roberts. I'm running out of sheets to write my silly little motions on. But we have a motion and a second to raise the fee, or to raise the allocation to 15,000. We will now hear discussion points on that. Did you have more to say as your discussion point, or do you want to go to your second? Cool, go right ahead.
So there's a lot of story behind things that happened last year. And a lot of it ended up being a huge mistake in the grand scheme of things, that big cut that ended up happening. The big reason why I'm seconding is to allow a discussion to happen on this. But I do think that the 15K should be restored in terms of supporting the programming of FSL and giving them an opportunity to achieve what they really want to do. So that's that.
I see Senator Blanchard.
I strongly support this motion. I am all for professional development, and that sounds like exactly what this money goes to. It's going to impact a lot of students, and I don't think they should have ever been cut below that $15,000 mark in the past, and I think it needs to get back up there. It really speaks to who we are as a Senate, that we support all students. We don't just support certain groups. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much. President Zellmer.
This would be a $2,500 increase from the SAC recommendation. I think since they didn't appeal it, and they are, I believe, I might be wrong on this, I believe they are the only line item without full-time faculty and staff in this budget that received any increase. So I think that if they didn't appeal it, I don't think we give them more of an increase than they already received, since they're the only line item that got that in the first place. So I will be opposing this motion and supporting the SAC recommendation. I yield.
Senator Mueller.
I'm going to come out in opposition to this motion. I believe that the increase is not necessarily justified. Yes, I understand that, unfortunately last year, FSL took a pretty big hit from what I've heard. But I just think there's other places in the budget that could use this increase if we're going to look to increase even further than we already have tonight. And so, yep, I am opposed to this increase.
Senator Wing.
So I'm going to echo the same sentiment as Emma. I do understand that this money is going to go to a good use, and I actually have friends within the IFC that I've been discussing some of these matters with. And I understand that we long-term want to get back up to that 15,000. I just think that at the current point, in the short term, I think we need to find other funding sources to help cover those expenses in order to keep ourselves financially conservative and being sure that we can get this budget actually passed through referendum. So.
Thank you very much. Senator Spouts.
Okay, just kind of going off of what Senator Wing and then Mueller were saying, they already are going to get an increase, and I don't think it would be in best means to give them an increase when we are already sitting at like a higher percentage than where we want to start, and then give people to deal with next year. So I think long term it's better to keep it at what it is now than to raise it later on and then just try and deal with it next year. Like, that's a bad idea in my personal opinion.
Vice President Ibrahim.
I would just like to add up to that. If they didn't appeal, we need to trust their judgment, and so I will be opposed to that.
Yeah, you can call the question.
Call the questions.
Is there a second? Is there any dissent to a call to question? I see dissent.
I have a motion.
Can
I motion
this motion first,
Okay.
and then we're going to go to your motion if it fails.
Okay.
All those in favor of calling to question? Thank you very much. Hands and placards down. All those opposed to calling to question? Thank you. Hands and placards down. All abstentions? Thank you very much. 18-2 and a bunch of abstentions, which I didn't count. We are going to call to question on the motion to allocate $15,000 to fraternity sorority life. I will now hear, we're going to do, once again, by raise of placards and hands, all of those in favor of $15,000 to fraternity sorority life. Okay? Thank you very much. All opposed? Hands and placards down. All abstentions. Once again, a great use of abstentions. So, with 2 in favor, 21 opposed, and 3 abstentions, this motion will fail, and we will return to the original discussion of the SAC recommendation of $12,500. I see a motion from Senator Blanchard.
Motion to table. I second.
Until when?
Table until the last budget line, to see where our budget is at, is my justification.
Do I have a second on that? I see a second. All right. There's a motion to table. Is there dissent on a motion to table? A lot of dissent. So then in that case, we will now go to a vote to table this. Basically what this will do is this will move this to be the very last thing that we discussed today. So I would now like to, now moving on with that, all those in favor of tabling this to the very end of our new business section? I see two. All right, hands and placards down. All of those opposed? That checks out. Hands and placards down. All abstentions? Looks like we are not tabling this. So we have back to the discussion on giving $12,500 to fraternity sorority life. Are there any more discussion points? I see some motions. I'll hear the motions first. Motion, Senator Zigweed. Call the question second. Yep. Okay. Then is there any dissent? No dissent. Beautiful. We're calling to question. All right. Raise of plans or raise of placards or hands. All in favor of $12,500 to fraternity sorority life? Thank you very much. Hands and placards down. All opposed? Thank you. Hands and placards down. All abstentions? Thank you very much. All right, with that, with 20 in favor, 2 opposed, 2 abstentions, we will be allocating $12,500 to fraternity sorority life. Beautiful. I'm just going to jot that down real quick, then I'll come back to y'all. Sorry, also got to be taking my silly little speaker's correspondence. Next up, we have the Maverick Involvement Team leadership item, line 52. The SAC recommendation was to allocate $21,760. Are there any discussion points on the Maverick Involvement Team and the leadership line item? Oh, President Zelmer also wished for me to mention the fact that dinner is going to be in 26 minutes. When that happens, we will recess for dinner. But I see is that a motion on the table from Senator Goff? Motion from Senator Goff.
I motion to reduce SAC recommendation for the Maverick Involvement Team by $10,000 to $11,760. $10,000 to $11,760. The main reason is over the past. Okay.
I'm going to ask for a second first, and then, okay, we have a second from Senator Mueller. Go right ahead.
I'm going to yield to my second.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a few reasons why some of us support this motion. This is due to the fact that looking on the Microsoft Teams, we, in fiscal year 2022, SAC received like a Maverick Involvement received like a 316% increase. And you know, like, if they go by correspondence, in the 2021 fiscal year, they were recommended 7,400, and then it shot up to 23,400. Or a couple of us back here do not see any justification for the budget being that high for them. We believe that there are many other programs and functions on campus that we have to fund with our student funds that see a lot more student involvement, see a lot more impact of students, and we're not necessarily against Maverick Involvement. We see that they have value on campus. We are just more against that they have this much money and they were granted this much in the past. If the trend stayed the same from the last two, looking at my data here, this is from the Microsoft Teams. From 2019 to 2020, or about 2021, they were at $5,100. Then they had an increase to $7,400, and then a drastic increase to $23,400. If the trend stayed the same, they would be at about, like, I believe I wrote it down here somewhere.
they'd be about 9,700 right now if the trend continued with their increase over the period of time that is gathered. And just frankly, we do not see justification for their budget being this high over the short amount of time. So thank you.
Senator Wing.
Just a point of information. The purpose for which that increase was given last year was for the implementation of new student stipends within that role. And that was actually one of the biggest things last year, was ensuring that students are paid a livable wage. And there was also some controversy regarding whether that group was allowed to appeal that decision last year, which is what led to the drastic increase from what SAC recommended. So.
Senator Destined.
So a couple of things I want to say. So Senator Wing is right. One of the reasons why we have an increase in that budget is because of student wage. And student wage is one of the biggest things that I think student government should protect. We should not be paying certain students a certain rate and other students at higher rate. So student rate, paid rate should be one of the most important things. But other than that, I still don't understand how we are not convinced by the things that Maverick Involvement Team does, because there was a presentation here and it listed a lot of things that we have over 260 recognized student organizations, and there is a department on campus responsible to work with those organizations. If you dissolve that money, what you're doing is you're not just hurting the Maverick Involvement Team, you are hurting 260 recognized student organizations. And in addition to that, this is a retention and DER issue. Students who have this organization, they have affiliation, they have their cultural affiliations with the attachment with these organizations, and you cannot just remove the funding just because we don't understand what's going on. We have access to the department. If we want to understand how certain departments work, what are the programs to do, I think we have the responsibility as student leaders to go out and understand what the department do. So again, I am not in favor of reducing a fee that is already justified, that has proven to be impacting a lot of students on our campus, such as the leadership retreat, the weekly leadership U workshops, and all of this. So I will only recommend sticking to SAC recommendation because the Maverick Involvement Team experienced cut like any other department in the first place, and they have already adjusted their programs. They have already made applications available for students to apply, and students that are applying for these roles, they are aware that they're going to be making this money. Cutting this budget is going to hurt not just our organization, but also the students we think we want to represent. So I don't want to hurt students. I'd rather stick with the recommendation of SAC.
Senator Goff, if you would still like to. Then, in that case, Senator Parikh. Unless, would you like to go, Senator Goff? Okay, Senator Parikh.
Can you give us a mic?
Yes.
Yeah, as a Sweden short, I do not support the decrease of $10,000. Maverick Involvement Team has proven that they are on campus, so that's all. I do not support the reduction of $10,000.
Senator Mueller?
So like we said before, this is not an attack on student involvement itself. It's an attack on their the increase of funding that they received. A few points I'd like to point out is that there are other ways for students to receive compensation for their work besides a stipend. I'm not trying to tell Maverick Involvement how to use their funds, because that is out of my reach. But I would like to just say there are other ways for them to receive compensation for their fair work. And we'd also like to point out that individuals who benefit monetarily from this budget, especially this line item, I like to call an ethical question to that, as they benefit monetarily from this line budget, and they are making decisions on this budget as well. So we just want to point out the ethical concern in that area as well. And we just like to point out that there are other departments on campus that have a larger workforce within them, and they have a lower budget. So there's a lot of things for us to consider. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Senator Destined. Second and final point.
Yeah, it's my final point. I just wanted to provide clarification. This is not a matter of Destin, because I know I'm affiliated on Maverick Involvement Team, but it is not more so that I am in support of SAC recommendation. It is more so based on the programs that this department does. It is more so based on the impact that they are creating on a larger student body. The Maverick involvement team, first of all, if you look at the track record, you can see the distance of progress between when they were at setting budget to when they were at setting budget. Like for instance, in recent time, if you attend the weekly Leadership U workshop, the attendance has increased since we have students that are responsible to lead these workshops. We have more recognized student organization on campus now than before because we have people who are committing full-time to these positions. So cutting this position is not just hurting, it's not just about individual. It is about hurting organizations that function outside of even the Maverick involvement team. So it is more of a DER and a retention issue, and you want to dissolve a program, organizations that are functioning, that are making impact on our campus community. So this is what we are concerned about. It is not more about the department. We are looking at the impact they are making and how they are serving our campus community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Senator Goff, I would like to notify Senator Mueller you have unfortunately used your 2 talking points. If you wish, you can motion. What is your point of information?
The senator that just spoke said dissolve. This won't dissolve them. They'll still have a full budget.
It's possible that you could claim that that was like hyperbole, but this is, it's kind of a pedantic point, sorry. And I'm being pedantic today. Senator Goff.
I just want to state the only numbers they mentioned when they were up here earlier was 5 to 20 people for a budget of 23,000, which attendance of 5 to 20 people for a budget that big just seems too much for me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I just put cookie in my mouth, which was a bad idea. Senator Roberts.
It's a point of information on parliamentary procedure. Can I yield a talking point to another senator?
I'm getting a no from John.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bryant.
Hello? Okay. I'm still kind of confused on what they do outside of the weekly meetings, so can we like get clarification on that?
Can I yield?
And I will yield.
Cookie was a bad idea.
Hey everyone. So there's a weekly workshop that's open to all of campus, and that's the numbers that we're honing in on here. There is a leadership retreat in February where we take students off-site. There is a leadership celebration coming up in April that is open to all student organizations to nominate leaders. There's the U-Lead conference that we heard about with Fraternity and Sorority Life. We're a partner in that. Actually, this year we're taking the lead on that and calling the committee together for next year. And then there's the management and training of RSO student leaders, which Johnny pulled up. We didn't share numbers. I'm new. I don't know how this works. So Johnny pulled up our Presence, our InvolveU platform, to give a little bit of background and some numbers about RSOs. Full disclosure, InvolveU sucks. And so I don't know how accurate these numbers are. One of the things we're working on this summer is to implement a new platform, so we'll have better numbers. But here are some numbers to help paint a better picture.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make 3 points. I'm going to start with the data first. So I know I mentioned that we had approximately 1,000 officers and we support over 200 organizations, but our memberships as well is a total of 4,576. And another data that I can give is with our leadership awards. I know I mentioned 60 nominations, but one thing that I forgot to mention is that we have over 120 people that usually come to those awards, including the nominators, the judges, the nominees. And then the other point that I would like to make that I think is really important is hearing all the departments that were mentioned today, like the Multicultural Center, the Athletic Department. There are organizations within those departments that we support for recognition, and if they're not recognized, the consequences are actually really big because they cannot create events on InvolveU, which is the management software. It's known as Presence as well. They cannot table, they cannot post events, again, as I said, which affects their marketing. They cannot schedule rooms. So all this is the consequence of not being recognized as an organization. So that's something important to note. And again, the departments are like within the athletic, we have several athletic organizations, we have several multicultural organizations, FSL organizations, all of them. I think the main confusion that might be causing this is the RSO office. Maybe you guys are knowing it as the RSO office. The people that work behind the RSO office are the Maverick Involvement Team. So all the support that these organizations are getting from is coming from them. So that's the point that I would like to make.
Thank you very much. Senator Goff. Senator Blanchard.
Do I still have talking points?
You have one left.
Okay. I just want to state, as they stated earlier in their answering questions on their active users, actually, they only stated 20 as their highest in one of their meetings and 5 on their lowest, even though they just did that they have 400 people. It's only on active high as of 20 people visiting and actually participating.
I'm gonna allow for a point of clarification so that President Zelmer can read their budget.
Back with the blue budget book. Okay, so I'm not taking a side, I'm just reading the budget book. They have 4 stipends for students. The stipend line of their budgets, out of their entire budget, is a total of $16,500. So that is the amount that is stipends in their budget. And you all are making faces, but I do want to point out the student government stipend line. I actually don't know what ours is off the top of my head. Anyways, for the evidence that is in their budget book, the 20 students you're mentioning, those are for the weekly work groups. Attendance varied from 6 to 20 students depending on the weekly work group. However, they also had 51 applications and 35 student spots for the student leadership retreat that they host. And then MIT manages 80% of all RSO communications, but that 20 number is a weekly event, and the attendance varies for the they host 14 leadership workshops. But yeah, so for the budget, $16,500 is set aside for the stipends. As they mentioned during their presentation, that averages out to about student minimum wage on campus.
Thank you very much. Senator Goma.
Actually, she talked about what I want to say. I want to point out that the fact that the budget, including the students' Tupperware, so she just redundant. Sorry.
Yield to redundancy. Beautiful. All right, Senator Roberts.
This is a clarification that I have, so I'm going to yield to the Maverick Involvement Team here really quick. You said earlier in your presentation when you were answering questions that it would affect your GA-ship, and I want to be clear. I want to know exactly how it affects your graduate assistantship. Thank you.
I can definitely answer to that. For instance, last semester we were short of full-time staff. Michelle was not here. It would have been impossible for me to do everything that the requirements in my position without the MIT members that I had. They all have their own responsibilities, whether it's with marketing, with newsletters, social media, RSO program coordination with the RSO fairs. All the organizing of the leadership events that we have happens through them. And if I had to do all that work on my own, that would be impossible. So.
I will also note that the GA pay itself comes from a different line item. That comes from the administrative office line item under 48, which we already passed, though that testimony is still very useful information. I will now go to Vice President Ibrahim.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm supporting going with the SAC recommendation and not reducing any further. If we're saying that we care about students' wage, this is where the place to show. I think they do an amazing job, and I just want to say I would be opposed to this.
Senator Blanchard.
Yeah, so I will be supporting this motion today. A lot of my justification comes from the fact that I do support student wages. I'm a student worker myself, and I do not want to get any pay cuts to student workers. My thoughts on this are 68% of that budget goes to 4 student stipends. I think that is absurd. That is $16,500 going to student stipends. I'm not supporting cutting the MIT. I'm not supporting any of that. I'm supporting lowering those student stipends and also lowering the workload. We are fully funding all of the full-time staff and the graduate assistant in that office, and all of their contractual increases and everything. I think with how our budget is this year, last year put us in a tough spot. And with how our budget is this year, I think we need to cut some places. And from what the history of the Maverick Involvement Team and their budget, I don't see the justification in a 316% increase in 1 year. Thank you.
Senator Nirala.
I just want to yield to Maverick Involvement Team and ask if you could give us a better picture of what other sources of revenue look like for the team.
None. We collect money from student leadership participants. This past year it was $20 a participant, so $600 is our other source of income. There is a Magical Foundation leadership account that has supplemented the student leadership retreat a bit. I don't know anything about that. I'm too new. I've just been told it's not sustainable to keep using it at the level that we're using it. There is no other source of income for student stipends that I am aware of, or other funding sources, lines at all.
Thank you very much. Senator Wing.
Zoom can't hear anything without a mic. I would just like to clarify, did I hear correctly that the average was 7 hours per week per student, correct? Or I got that wrong. That's why I wanted to clarify.
It's 10 hours a week per student.
10 hours.
7 of those are office hours.
Okay.
An hour in workshop, an hour and 2 hours of meetings.
Okay, thank you for
that
that
are functional.
clarification.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
And the way we, just to go further, how we broke the stipend down to get to the number, we did 15 weeks a semester, times 2, obviously. And then we added on an extra week and a half, basically, because they have to come the week before classes start to get ready for Welcome Week and do some things that week. So we counted that as a full week, essentially. And then in February, when they go to the student leadership retreat, that is basically 2 full days. And so I'm probably underestimating their hours, but we added a week and a half on for that. So we broke the numbers down that way.
Senator Blanchard, second and final talking point. No side conversations, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so personally, it is a large cut. Yes, the $10,000. We cannot tell these people or any of the organizations what to do with their budgets. If it were my budget, I would lower the amount of student stipends that are given out. If it is a 10-hour week type of thing, I would lower that to maybe 1 or 2 stipends. And then let the rest of it be volunteer and leadership experience if other people would like. Just because it's tough when we're in this tough of a budget situation to justify that much of a raise in 2 years of universities in a deficit, 2 years of deficit, that we can justify raising it by that much money. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Parikh. Also second and final talking point.
Thank you. Again, I do not support the reduction by $10,000. And talking about student stipends, we say that we want to support students and increasing their wages. And talking about cutting off students getting stipend is something which does not fit in my brain. If I have to quit my job just because my organization doesn't have enough money and they're reducing budget and hence they're kicking me out, that's exactly what Amazon and everyone is doing. So not in the support of that. Thank you.
Senator Nirala.
while I am not in support of the 10,000 decrease for Maverick Involvement Team, I feel like it would be unfair and would be difficult for them to adjust to that number. I would motion an amendment of decrease by 3,760 to 18,000 for Maverick Involvement Team.
All right, there's an amendment on the table. Do we have a second on that amendment? I see a second from Senator Zigweed. And I will now hear, would you like to continue a discussion point on that amendment, or would you like to yield to your second? Yield to second? All right, yielding to Zigweed.
I mean, I think that 10,000 is way too much, and I think that 3,760 is a lot better of like a compromise to ensure that we're not cutting in student organization most of their, or not most, but almost half of their budget.
Thank you. President Zelmer?
So I oppose both cuts. Now I have a hot take. So when we look, so like let's say, okay, we're doing 3,000, that way we hopefully don't touch stipends. One, we can't control what they spend their money on, so like we're just making assumptions. Also, if let's take the stipends out of their budget, right? So we have 23,400 minus 16. I have this numbered. So that would be, we're still at that about 7,000, right? So let's say they don't cut senator stipends. Now we're cutting their operating budget in half. In their operating budget includes money for the food for their activities, as you know, has been brought up by other departments, and I think we all agree with why go to something if there's no food. Is also cutting their student travel, which could mean that they could bring less students to their retreats. So it's also affecting students on those line items. And I really think that it is such a bad look for last year to give $16,000 to make sure students are paid for their time, and then us to be like, actually, sorry, you don't get paid for your time, and that's our argument point. If we're cutting their operating budget in half, even if they still have their stipends, now we're completely scaling back events, and what are they going to plan, right? So like I think that our budget's in a decent place without having to cut this budget by a lot. This was a decision made last year, and I think that the values of this student government still include making sure that students are paid for their time. And also they have a brand new director in the office that would be able to, that came in later on this year, right? Not during the first part. So we can't judge what Maverick Involvement Team will be able to do in the future and the changes that will be made under new leadership to be able to help advise the student workers. So I think scaling back their budget in that first year, I think if, you know, Maverick Involvement Team, if student government in the future feels as though that they're not doing as much as they should be, that's a conversation they can have, because student government can't investigate RSOs, which this isn't an RSO. I strike that point from the record. Yeah, so I yield. I'm not supporting cuts to this.
Vice President Ibrahim.
I would like to add up to that. I'm still supporting going with the SAC recommended. One of the biggest role is managing RSO organizations, which is literally a lot of hours of work, reviewing information in less than 1 month. So I would just want to say that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call attention to the fact that it is currently 7:29. We had originally planned to break for dinner at 7:30. With it being seen that that this is a very heated topic, I will continue this until we have passed this budget item, and then we will yield for dinner. So, with that being said, Senator Goma.
I just want to say I am against the both cutting because the Maverick Involvement Team is a really huge funding for the RSO, and many RSO actually get the support from those. And to say that we want to cut like even from 10 or 3,000 is not going to help. And the worker is doing an amazing job. As Emma has said, they have a new director, and we cannot judge what she will be doing since she just came. So as Emma said, I know redundant again, but we cannot cut them right now, and we should wait maybe like for next year what's gonna be like, what's gonna go on, what's going on, and then we can actually discuss further like for the next government. I yield.
Senator Destin.
Motion to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Is there a second? I see a second. Is there opposition or is there dissent? The amendment. Yeah, the amendment to $18,000. I see no dissent. We are going to vote on amending the decrease from a decrease of 10,000 to 11,760 to amend that to 18,000. All of those in favor of this amendment, raise of hands or placards. Can I see the Zoom? Thank you very much. No, this is to move it from 11,000 up to 18,000. So lessen the cut. 18. All right, hands and placards down. Sorry, I had to clarify it. All right, and then all of those opposed. All opposed? Just abstain. Thank you. All abstentions? Thank you very much. All right, it looks like this amendment passes 18 to 4 to 7. So this amendment is now the main motion of 18,000 to be allocated to the Maverick Involvement Team. Going back to discussion on 18,000 now as the motion. Call the question. Is there a dissent? Or is there a second? Second, is there a dissent? No dissent? Beautiful. All right, raise of hands or placards in favor of 18,000 to the Maverick Involvement Team.
Can you explain what we're voting on?
Yes, okay. So what we are voting on right now is to make our final recommendation to the Maverick Involvement Team's budget to be $18,000. That is a cut of about 3,000. Let's see if I can get the exact number.
Wait, did the motion pass?
Yeah. So that is a cut of about 3,760 from the SAC recommendation. So this would be for 18,000 to be our final recommendation for what we're giving to Maverick Involvement Team. With that being said, and with it clarified, I will once again call for a raise of hands or placards for all of those in favor. All right, thank you. All of those opposed? All abstentions? Thank you very much. With 14 in favor, 8 opposed, and 3 abstentions, we will be allocating $18,000 to the Maverick Involvement Team. And with that, we are also going to call for a temporary recess to eat some dinner. And I would also like to invite members of the gallery and IT to come eat some too. Feel free. You've all been sitting here waiting for a long time. We'll give 30-minute recess. We will return at 8. The amendment was 18 to 47. everyone back?
Can you fire us all?
All right, everyone back at their seats. We're going to go ahead and come back to order, come out of our little recess. Guys, good news. We only have 4 more items left and then a backup budget. So we're getting through it. We're almost there.
I hate to leave.
So,
Are we 10 hours now?
next up, what?
Is it 10 hours now?
No, we're at like 4 hours in. So we're doing great. Next up,
I showed 3 items left. Can you tell me which 4 you saw?
green transportation fee, non-budgeted request fund, the student government. Oh, and then I forgot to check off all of student activities. So that's done now. So yeah, 3. Oh, it's not. I'm just been yelling. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just allowed. All right, we have 3 items left. That's amazing. All right, next up, green transportation fee. So the green transportation fee, the current SAC allocation is proposing giving them $409,000 or $409,200 open for discussion points on the green transportation fee. I see Senator Blanchard.
Call the question.
Call the question. Is there a second? Beautiful. Is there dissent? Dissent. All right. All in favor of calling to question? Beautiful. Hands down. All opposed?
It's only 8 o'clock, you guys.
The opposition has it. Looks like we are going to continue. So, discussion points on this. Senator Mueller?
I make a motion to increase the budget from $409,200 to $415,000.
To 415,000 even?
Yes.
415,000 even. Do I have a second? Are you seconding?
I wanted to yield.
Okay, I do not see a second, so I'm sorry, this motion fails. Senator Destin.
So I'll make my point and then I will yield for clarification from David, if you don't mind.
Still awake. Thank you, David.
Yeah, so first of all, I recognize the need to enhance the transportation fees. We have transportation as one of the major problems that students are faced with on our campus, like food insecurity and housing insecurities. There are students who work on campus here from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., and these students have no means of going home. By this time, if you even try to get an Uber, for instance, you can't get an Uber. And students who live off campus and far away, they have to walk to go. All of these are not just constraints that come with inability to afford. It also presents a lot of safety and security issues. So I just want to know if allocating the current SAC recommendation is going to help you in any way to continue your operation or even possibly extend it to hours that like 3 a.m. to help students get to their destinations.
You may go ahead and answer that as you please.
Yeah, I just think that with more than 100,000 rides in fall semester, and we're looking probably at approaching 200,000 rides in the spring semester. Of course, it's not over with yet. I do not know, and our Parking and Transportation Advisory Committee does not know what the rate is that the city of Mankato will be charging us for next year. The proposal included some cuts if we were not able to get the 440,000. Now, how good is that 440,000 original request? It is a guess. It is based on what I think the city will charge us, $550 some odd thousand next year, and 400,000 of it would be paid for, or 440,000 was to be paid for by student activity fees. In a public hearing a couple of days ago, I circulated what might happen if we did not get the full 440,000. And what that was maybe trimming 1 hour off of some of the nighttime bus traffic. Instead of shutting down the buses at 10, we'd shut down the buses at 9, and we would shut down some of the buses that normally shut down at 5 in the afternoon would be shut down at 4. All of that would save us about $30,000. It's in the parking website under public hearing. So yes, if we don't get to 440,000 originally requested, there will be coverage cuts. I don't think that the Parking and Transportation Advisory Committee, some members of which are in this group, this Senate, I don't think they'll support cutting routes. I think they might support trimming back hours.
That is our timer for the limit on talking points. Sorry. Do we have other discussion points? I see Senator Mueller.
I guess, can I continue my discussion?
No, that counted as your discussion point. Senator Mueller.
I'm going to make another motion to increase the green transportation fee budgets from $409,200 to a flat $410,000. This is kind of just to make it balanced, where David said that there is a possible 30,000 decrease. This kind of makes everything even and holds with that with the budget. So thank you.
Was that an even 410,000 that I heard?
Correct.
Okay, do we have a second?
So an 800 increase.
I see a second from Senator Speltz. And then I would like to first hear from, I'll hear from the second first, since I think we got our talking point from Senator Mueller. Okay, then in that case, President Zellmer.
So briefly on this motion, $800 can make a difference in the case of reserves. $800, at least in my opinion, is not going to make that big of a difference in any cuts that would have to be made with the 409,100 or 100, 200, whatever it is. I don't think $800 is worth trying to take out of reserves or like add it to the percent increase just to add $800 to a $400,000 line item. For overall, I propose holding the SAC amount, even if that means having to cut bus hours. Ridership for buses is down 50% from COVID. For wanting to increase hours, every year things come up about wanting to increase bus lines, increase hours. Even if we did the full 440, we would not be able to increase bus lines. We would need to be increasing this up to about $500,000, and I really don't know where we would find even $30,000, let alone more than that. Also, next year, it's included in the system office to create a sustainability fee, which would include the bus service. Next year, they'll be able to move it. So if we want to start talking with students specifically about transportation, that is the time that we would be able to do that without it affecting the SAC budget and without it affecting this budget overall. So I think then would be the time to be able to expand bus lines, expand everything else if they decided they wanted to, and have more deeper conversation on bus routes. This year, we do not have the money to increase it to amount that, and also like this, we don't even know what the city's going to come back with yet. Cutting an hour at night when that is the lowest amount of ridership, if that's what's necessary to make sure the budget goes through, otherwise we need to find $30,000.
Is that a motion from Senator Destined?
Point of information. It's a point of information.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I ask David again? Information for information.
What is the question? Yeah, what is the information you're requesting?
I want to know because, like I said, the decisions I'm making here is in the interest of students. It's not based on my personal interest. I have heard from students who struggle to get to their apartments during night hours.
This sounds like a talking point.
I'm explaining the information that I'm seeking now. What would it take to get a budget that will provide transportation for these students who do not have means of transportation during night hours to get home?
I will wait and circle back to that when we are able to, and luckily for you, that's right after Senator Wing, and then it comes right back to you. So, Senator Wing.
I'm just echoing this. Sorry, not used to this. I'm just echoing the same sentiment as President Zellmer. This is $800 in a $409,000 proposed budget, and the $30,000 is just an estimate anyway. So the idea of cleaning it up, it seems pretty redundant to me. But that's what I have. So.
All right, Now you can query David Cowan for that.
So, David, what will it take to maintain a transportation for students at night?
If you don't want to touch the 10 o'clock going down to 9 o'clock, probably 15,000. But that means that I still get to recommend cutting the 5 to 4 for the afternoons. I can't cut both because then we're back to the 30,000.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts.
First off, I'm going to say that I'm not going to be supporting this motion, even though I want to. I really want to. I do want to put out, just because this is a time to discussion, this is a time to talk about this budget and to talk about, future things. I think that we should absolutely increase it next year when we have the money, and hopefully have the money. I want to preface it there. I do have the concern because there are a lot of classes that get out, specifically night classes that specifically affect graduate students a lot. That when a lot of their classes get out around 9 o'clock or slightly after 9 o'clock. So graduate students are going to be heavily impacted by this cut if service hours are reduced. That being said, we're in what we're in. And while I would love to support this, I would love to support your amendment, and I would love to support more money for the bus service. It's not what we can do right now. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Narala.
Echoing off of what Senator Roberts was saying, I completely agree that I would also be in willing support of increasing green transportation fee. It's been a big help for students here at MNSU, but kind of just touching base on what President Zellmer mentioned about how 800 increase would not affect, would heavily affect our budget. I would vote in favor of what the SAC has recommended. And with that being said, I call the question.
Thank you very much. Is there a second on a call to question? Second, all right. Is there a dissent? I keep forgetting to turn that off. Is there a dissent on a call to question? No dissent? All right, this is on the motion to allocate $410,000. If this passes, that is what we will allocate to green transport. If this fails, we will return to discussing the SAC recommendation. So, all of those in favor of allocating $410,000 to green transport. All right. Can I see Zoom? Good. Thank you very much. Placards and hands down. Okay. All of those opposed? Okay. Come on. All abstentions. Thank you very much. All right, with 5 in favor, 17 against, and 4 abstentions, this will not pass, and we will return to discussing the SAC recommendation of $409,200 to green transport fee. I see motions on the table. Motion from Senator Zigweed. Call the question. Do I have a second? Second. Do I have any dissent? No dissent. All right. All of those in favor of allocating $409,200 to green transport. Beautiful. All right, that's another unanimous bill, 26 in favor. I'm assuming 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, because that's all of our votes. So we will be allocating $409,200 to green transport. Thank you. Absolutely. All right. Oh, beautiful. Next up, we have the non-budgeted request fund, which is the pool that RSOs can request for travel and programming. The current recommendation from SAC is $20,000. Do I have any discussion points? Senator Wing.
So I know there was a little bit of conversation earlier about trying to cut this back, but I also want to mention that we have seen a pretty decent increase in the number of RSOs in the last several years, and especially post-COVID, a lot of these groups are starting to want to return to their normal activities involving trip and travel specifically, and improving their programming options. So for that reason, I'm going to be supporting the SAC allocation of $20,000.
Thank you very much, Senator Narala.
This would be sort of a question, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be directed to the SAC chair. I just want to get an idea of what the funds look like and any overdraft funds that we have in terms of the RSO Club travel programs, what it looks like historically, the number of surplus amount that we usually have on those funds. If you could give us a picture about that.
You may respond to that without exhausting a speaking point.
Amazing. So with this specific fund, what we do is we look at each request and we approve them based off, our rules and stuff. But then soon as programs go for a travel thing, say you went this place last weekend, they have 60 days to get receipts to us and get reimbursements. However, some areas don't always request those reimbursements, and so what we go off of is what we recommend to be allocated. And then if more than that amount is used and we're in what looks like a negative, we're actually able to request more from, I forget how this exactly works. Mark just told me last week. But we're able to request more from reserves through Student Gov? Or?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, through Student Gov to cover those additional expenses. This year we did see a lot of groups. However, the main group that I recall seeing has been FSL, and that was mainly for the big conference they went through. So take that with what you will.
Thank you very much. Senator Mueller.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're kind of, nothing's too crazy with this bill. It's kind of, we're all unanimous, so I call the question.
Call the question. Is there a second? I see a second. Is there dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, we are now voting on allocating the SAC recommended amount to the non-budget request fund, which is $20,000. All in favor of $20,000 to the non-budgeted request fund? Thank you very much. Hands and placards down. And all opposed? All abstentions? Thank you very much. All right, to 25 to 0 to 1, this passes. Gotta bang the gavel. That's $20,000 to the non-budgeted fund. Folks, we are at our last budget item, and until we go into the backup budget. Our last budget item of the night is, of course, ourselves. This is the student government budget. The SAC recommended amount was to allocate $128,015 to student government. I'm aware there's a motion on the table.
I motion to decrease this by $1,000.
All right, there's a motion to decrease by $1,000. Do I have a second? Senator Mueller is claiming the second. I'm sorry. But I would like to hear from the motioner.
So we already asked SAC for a decrease of. Yep, we already asked for a decrease, knowing that it'd be a bad budget year of 2,466. I think since everyone across the board is taking a hit, including us. I think in solidarity, we can find $1,000. Also, I haven't bought PR items this year, and I'm just not going to at this point because I want to leave it for next year, so we should have some rollover. And I think if we've cut other areas, we need to cut ourselves. So I propose that we change this decrease to $1,000 from the SAC recommendation, which we also asked for. So, yeah, I yield.
I would like to hear from the second, if the second would like to speak.
Not too much to say, more than just I agree with it. You know, we have an ethical responsibility to hold ourselves accountable. And we set a good example to the whole university just by, you know, saying that if we don't need this money, we don't need it. We'll be fine. So I think it's really good on us. And I called a question.
Call the question. Is there a second on that? Second, is there any dissent on calling the question? Dissent. Okay. All those in favor of calling the question? All right. Thank you very much. Hands down. All those opposed to calling the question? All abstentions? All right. So
If you don't vote, you need to raise your placard for abstain.
Please do. It makes my job easier. Otherwise, I have to do math, and I'm bad at that. So 15 in favor of calling to question, 2 opposed, and 9 abstentions means that we will be calling to question. So if you are in favor of allocating $127,015 to student government, a decrease of $1,000 from the SAC recommendation, please raise your placards or hand at this time. All right. Thank you very much. Placards and hands down. All opposed? All abstentions? Thank you. All right. For 25 to 0 to 1, this passes. I'm going to write it down. All right. $127,015 to Student Gov, and that is our last budget item to allocate. With that, we are going to go through a budget summary and then pass the entire budget as a whole. So I'm going to pass it over to John in order to give us that budget summary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have, as of right now, with the numbers that you have passed, if you increase if you keep the funding from reserves where they are at $132,000, you are looking at a 9.18% increase to the student activity fee. I know in previous conversations that the target was to keep it under 9. If you were looking to do that, you would need to bump the reserve funding to $135,000. So that's where we are right now.
President Zelmer.
I motion to increase reserve funding to $135,000. I think it'd be better to do that than to put it on student fees. It's only a couple $1,000s out of reserves.
All right. Do I see a second? I see many seconds. I'm going to take from Senator Mesta because that was the first one I saw up. Senator Mesta, would you like to speak on your second?
Yeah. Just quick. Just increasing this to 35 just makes it easier on us, especially it's a 9.1. So this is just an additional increase so that we can keep it under 9%. So we can bring this to referendum.
Beautiful, thank you. Do we have any other discussion points on the motion to increase the reserves to, it was $135,000, correct? Yes. Cool. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion points? I see Senator Wing.
Does that put us at 8.99%, I would assume?
8.96.
8.96, okay, that was my question. I just wanted to see.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion points? Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on this. This is a vote to raise the reserves that we are using to pay for to cover the rest of the cost to $135,000, which puts our student fee increase at an 8.96%. So I will now call for a raise of hands or placards for this proposal. All right, and with 26 to 0, this motion passes. Beautiful. All right, so is it fair for us to ask to run down a summary of the entire budget now that we've passed everything that we need to pass before we go to a final stamp of approval?
Sure, I'll go down these. So line item 10, 856,900. Line item 11, 10,000. Line item 12, 15,180. Line item 13, 52,150. Line 14, 409,200. Line 15, 56,400. Line 16, 35,000. Line 17, 46,600. Line 18, 68,100. Line 19, 20,000. Line 20, 4650. Line 21, 136645. Line 22, 0. Line 23, 225,950. Line 24, 894,015. Line 25, 127,015. Line 26, 65,320. And line 27, 59,15. Understanding that lines 24 and line 10 are the sums of the sub-departments that you have below. So if you look at line 41, you have 813,500. Line 42, 18,600. And line 43, 24,800. That brings you to the 856,900 that you see in line 10. Line 48, 649,720. 49 is 97,75. 50 is 12,500. 51 is 49,290. 52 is 18,000. 53 is 1,900. 54 is 3,705. 55 is 149,125. For a total that you see in line 24 of 894,015. The total allocation this year would be, for fiscal year 24, would be $3,029,040. So that is what is line 28. So line 28 is 3,029,040. You are reducing that amount by 135,000. So the total amount that the student activity fee will be based on for next year is $2,894,040. What that would mean is that the per hour student activity fee would rise from $937 per credit hour to $1021 per credit hour. Banded at $122.52. So that is $10.08 per semester increase in the student activity fee, or 8.96%.
Thank you very much. Very good, very detailed breakdown. Now, my friends, I hope you're all paying attention, because the very last thing that we have to do, which is really more of a ceremonial thing, is to stamp our last final seal of approval on this budget and say, we're done with this. This is our first proposal. Of course, because this is over 2%, if we vote on this, it would have to go to referendum. In the event that referendum would fail, we would have a backup budget. So if we vote that this is our budget, as it would be over 2%, we would then go into a discussion on our backup budget. We kind of figured we'd be in that position, so we just already had it on the agenda to go for it. But the last thing we need is to vote on this entire thing. So all in favor of putting our final stamp of approval on this beautiful budget that we've put together, raise of placards or hands. Can I see the Zoom? Oh. Sorry. Beautiful. Look at that. Another anonymous vote. 26 to 0 to 0. You love to see it. Well, my friends, this is our budget. Not done yet, though, because we still got a backup. But, John, I see that you have something.
Sure, just from a process standpoint to let you know what happens next. Now that the student government has recommended a more than 2% fee increase, this does have to go to a vote of the student body on election day. So if you are in favor of this increase, you are going to need to convince your constituents to go out and support it at the voting booth, the electronic voting booth. But prior to that, we are required by statute to have an open forum on this. That open forum is done in conjunction with the candidate forum for the president and vice president candidates for election to student government. That will take place the Wednesday before the election. So whatever that is, so if you look at April 10th, whatever the Wednesday is before that, that's when the open forum for this will take place. And so your executive leadership, hopefully one of them will be able to be there to speak on behalf of the budget request. If you are able to be there as well, that would be good. 2 weeks from today. So yes, 2 weeks from today will be that open forum, and that will be promoted by your PR and marketing coordinator, David Mesta, as well.
What time is it?
It starts at, I'd have to look, 12 noon, is that when it starts? Okay, thank you. I don't have the timing in front of me, but okay, got it. So that is correct. And then we will, that will be the open forum. Students can provide feedback. You can answer questions, all that kind of stuff. But it's the vote on the 10th and 11th that will matter. If it is approved in the referendum, it goes first, I forward the student fee package to Dr. Jones, who reviews them and provides his recommendation to President Inch. And then from President Inch, it goes to the Board of Trustees for approval. So that's the step in this. If it fails at the ballot box, then your backup budget,
which we're about to do,
would take place. And that would be what goes to Dr. Jones for recommendation to President Inch. So that's where we are process-wise. Next step is the open forum 2 weeks from today to discuss it and talk about that with the students.
The next item on our agenda would be the backup budget. Before we go to that, I see we have a motion.
I have a point of information. Do we need to create a backup budget?
Mike, please.
Oh, sorry. Do we need to create a backup budget for athletics since we were also over that 8%?
That is not our responsibility.
I suppose what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry to put
I can answer that too. The answer is yes. So,
Oh, we do?
So the answer is
My
yes.
bad.
So if it fails at the ballot box, if you're supporting this right now, a simple motion to support a 2% increase to the athletics fee could be made.
Sounds like we got to do that. So I see a motion from Senator Wing. Do I have a second? Okay, second from Senator Zigweed. Is there any, I'm just going to call if there's any dissent to this motion. Any dissent? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, this motion passes. Keep that one nice and simple. I'm gonna, that's one backup budget down. I'm gonna jot that down, but while I do, moving on to our backup budget, there's a potential couple options of ways that we could go about this. There are motions that you can move to how you would like to see this done. I would like to focus more on strategy up front than to go line by line, but whatever you may motion, you may motion. So do we have any motions for the student affairs backup budget? President Zelmer.
Do I need a motion and agenda, or can I just motion to have open discussion about thoughts on how we approach it?
You can motion for an open discussion, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna motion for an open discussion first. That way we can all just kind of chat.
Is that a second? Is there any dissent to that? All right, open discussion, go right ahead. President Zelmer.
Okay, so Idman and I have spent our days coming up with backup budgets. I even learned Excel the other day. I'm very proud of myself on how to do equations now. So there's a few ways to approach this. One option is line by line. From experience one year when I was on Senate my first year, we were like, let's go line by line and see what happens. You never get to 2% going line by line because the cuts need to be quite large. So some of the ideas, or one of the ideas that we're going to put out there is from what we just passed. So from our recommendation forward, because that shows our values as best as it can, as well as is what we thought was the best budget to propose. From that budget, holding full-time staff salary and benefits, since those are contractual and those line items tend to be a lot bigger. Therefore, if there was like a % cut to them that was across the board, that number would be huge and they would not be able to compensate that for in their like side budgets. So holding those even, holding GA stipend and tuition even, like with what they requested for those, then cutting across the board. And we've kind of looked at a few different % options with this, and I can kind of share what some of those thoughts were. So one thing to keep in mind with this is we're still going to be taking money out of reserves. One thing with that is we're going for a 9% fee increase. So like this isn't like we're asking for a 3% where students are like, oh, whatever. There is a possibility, although obviously we're all going to turn out to vote. We're all going to encourage people to turn out to vote because I'll warn you right now, the backup budget is not pretty at all. If we thought this one like was like gnarly and kind of sad, the backup one is going to be like, we're all just kind of scared and sad looking at it, and that's fine. So we're going to turn out everyone to vote, so hopefully it'll pass. But worst comes worst, if it fails, this is the budget we leave for next year. So something we've been keeping in mind is the amount of reserves we take out. Some years when we've only been like at 3%, we've just taken reserves to cover it. That is just not what we consider to be a feasible option for this year. So I put together a couple numbers. We've been looking at about 9 or 10% across the board. So 10% across the board, holding full-time staff salary, GAs, even, looks like we'd have to take about $176,000 out of reserves. Okay, a 10% drops that reserves number down to $161,000, and I can pull those up for you guys if you would like and share the screen. I didn't create 2 plans for this, so it might take me a minute to pull up. I was just looking at the 10% right now, but the 9% I can pull up as well. 1% is only like a couple $100s in people's budgets, except for parking. Oh, David Cowan left, so apologize, David Cowan. Parking, I didn't hold our staff even. I was like, we can just figure out where the cut's gonna come from in our budget, but everyone else, the reporter is the exact same number because the only thing in their budget is 2 staff members, so they didn't get touched. But I can project this, and then I can also go through and show 9% as well. So this says SAC recommended. This is what we passed. It's no longer SAC recommended. So this is 10%. I can try to show. Can everyone kind of see those, or should I just zoom in on the sideline? Can everyone see the green line okay, or should I zoom in more? Okay, so this is the 10%. Oh, sorry. And then I'll plug in the numbers at 9% here once everyone's kind of done looking. I'll also take a picture of this. Oh, in the food pantry, we held at 30,000 instead of 35. That's the only change, but yeah. I could see what it looks like with a 10% decrease, but that might be more reserves. Okay, is everyone cool if I start going through and changing to 9%? You can take a picture and sit on it for a minute. 9-1. 9-1.
Look at this. She learned Excel for you guys.
There's probably an easier way to do it, but I'm not going to learn that tonight. Oh.
Senator Roberts, is that a motion?
It's a really quick question. Can we, before you do the 9% on the student fees area, can you scroll down so we can see what the student activity section is?
I would be happy to. Cool. Okay, can I keep doing my 9%?
Do your 9%.
Jump.
Woo. That's my president.
9-1. This is what they teach you in econ classes, you guys. So, glad I'm graduating in a month.
We should have hired Bob for this.
I honestly, yes. This should be a role of the College of Business Senators. You can always add it to the Constitution next year. Okay, and then, so right now this shows what the percent is. We need to be under 2. We'll never end up right at 2 because 1 penny makes a lot of difference in this game. So then we can do I'll just start with 175, see where we're at. We're still above 2. 176. Now we're below 2. So this is what a 9% would look like. Again, it's a matter of a couple $100s for certain line items. But yeah, there's food for thought for you all, about 1% across the board. Go ahead.
Bob.
I move to proceed
So you're good.
to a vote on the 9% budget.
You would like to motion to vote on the 9% right now. Okay. Do I have a second on that motion? Do I have a? Without a second, we can't move forward with that motion. So I'm gonna keep, unless. Oh, was that a second from you? Okay, sorry. I thought that you retracted it. Then in that case, we have a second. So we have a motion on the table to move forward with a vote on 9%. We're now discussing a vote on a 9% cut across the board with 176,000 from reserves. Do we have discussion on this? I see Senator Roberts.
Yeah, I don't want to rush this discussion on the backup budget. I would like us to be able to talk about the options because I know there were other options that were created beyond just the 9, 10%. Yep, the inverse. There is the inverse cut proposal. I think that we shouldn't be rushing this. I think that we should really think about all our options here before rushing this. Also, 175,000, we're basically just causing the same problems when it comes to the reserves. I think realistically, we need to be thinking, and also the reason why we want the backup budget not to be the place, we don't want students to end up voting for this. And I think there's a world in which 9% cuts, there might be some students who vote for this, who vote no. I would think that we would pick something stronger, and avoiding using, I think, over 150,000 in reserves, in my view.
Roberts had made a request to spend more time on the discussion. I will ask the motioner if you would like to retract your motion or if you would like to keep this discussion moving on your motion.
I'd like to keep the discussion moving.
Thank you very much. Then in that case, further discussion on the motion for 9% cuts across the board and 176. Yes, Senator Wing.
I think calling this question is a little drastic, being that we haven't heard of all the other options, especially because this 9% cut in certain programs will affect some programs more than others. And so I think being able to thoroughly talk out what some of our other options are is definitely necessary in this case.
I'm going to request a vote right now. It's a little unorthodox, but a vote to, a vote to continue discussion on this motion. Therefore, we can hear out other options while still being able to return to this motion, should we so choose to.
So moved.
Motion to table this motion until after we have discussed all the options.
That is a phrase. Yeah, that works. All right, second. Yeah, that's a lot more sense than what I was saying. All right, is there any dissent to tabling this motion until we hear the other options? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, we will table this, and then this motion will be first on the board once we hear the other options.
Are we limited on speaker points during this?
No. Pop off, go for it.
So I think I made what you were talking about with an inverse to the best of my understanding. So what I did, from my understanding.
Can we bring back the screen share?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to, but also this might be wrong. So it might not have been what you meant to do. And if so, I apologize. Okay, so my understanding, and this is not what we passed because I wasn't updating this sheet. And ignore those notes. So I went from what they requested for this year and cut from there. Was that what you were intending to do? Yes. Senator Roberts? Okay, so I did that. I did give, I went from the base subsidy because most people requested their base subsidy. So But I did do what SAC recommended for the full-time salary lines. The lines that have full-time salaries, I went with what SAC recommended and what we approved for those ones, just since I didn't know what the equation would be if I didn't. So there's my honesty. So it ended up being it would have been an 11% across the board, including from after holding full-time salary lines, still taking $166,900 out of reserves. However, I will point out with this budget that some line items are getting more in the backup budget than they are in the budget we passed, coincidentally.
Would you please clarify what the meaning of the inverse cutting is here and what groups that affects? Either of you?
Yeah, the idea of the inverse was in the original SAC cuts. Some areas were impacted more percentage-wise, and the idea was to actually perfectly balance that percentage-wise all the way across the board with the backup budget. That's so no one group gets hit even harder so than they already were. So that was the principle behind it, is so no one group, like say a group got 10% cut, then they wouldn't be getting yet another 9, 10, 11% cut on top of that cut that's already been put in place. That was the principle of it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions on this budget, or are we willing to move along and see if there is another backup budget that we are hearing, or return to the motion? Any questions on this budget? All right, I'm not aware of another budget proposal, but if there is another budget proposal, we can hear it for a backup.
Anyone have thoughts? Hot takes?
All right, seeing nothing, unless you have something, Senator Hart?
Oh, yes, sorry. So, sorry, may I?
Yeah, go for it.
So in this one, some areas end up, like their backup budget isn't as bad as it looks in like the one where we cut from our recommendation. But like I said, there's some areas that end up getting more money in the backup budget than they do in the main line, which incentivizes people to fail the main budget.
Yeah. I would, sorry, can I interrupt?
Oh, I don't care. Hop off.
Go for it.
I would support with this inverse, making sure that nothing goes above, what the recommendation was.
Like placing a cap, or?
Placing the cap
Okay.
to the recommendation. The recommendations that we put in place. So it can't go over that amount.
Senator Goff. Mike, please.
What percent did you use to reduce those numbers? Some of them.
It's 11.
Oh, it's 11%.
Yep, it's 11%, except for the ones that have full-time salaries in GAs. Those were still 11%, but it's not 11% from their full-time staff salary lines.
Could you just go back down to the bottom? Yeah, hold on. I just want to double check something.
Yeah, because it's 0.89. If I times it by 0.89, that's 11% off, right? Sick. And they're all 0.89.
You're good, go for it.
What if we did 12%?
Okay, I'll need a second.
Sorry, friends.
I know there's a faster way to do this. Let me figure it out real quick. So I would go Command C. Oh. Right? Command C. Oh, no.
Senator Blanchard.
Go like this.
I'm just going to say I do oppose this budget. I know it would take a while to go line by line, but I'd rather go line by line than use this budget, especially with places like Fraternity Sorority Life, where they got a massive cut last year, and now this would take another $1,200 away from them. So, yeah, I will not be in support of this budget.
I will note that in both the 9% and the 10% versions, there is also a cut to Fraternity Sorority Life. I'm not sure of the exact numbers and how they compare, though if this one is 12% across the board, this one would be a more significant hit. With that being said, I'm gonna open it up since we're kind of like spending some time delving into the big math of this budget. I'm gonna ask if there's a second other than Roberts, interpreting Roberts as the motioner, that wishes to continue to look into this budget. Second? Okay, good. I just wanted to verify. Thank you all for your patience. You're all doing absolutely amazing, and we're kicking butt right now. Like, we're already on the backup. This is great.
Sorry, if people know how to do this fast, you can come over here and help me. No?
Roshit's thinking about it. Do it. Come help us. We're bad at this.
Okay, I just finished. This is 12% on this one, and now we can lower this a little bit. Let's try 150. Okay. Yeah, 192. I'm gonna see if I can go 49. Do people want to, could people check the green line and see if there's any over the amount that they got in the budget we recommended? Remember that this is not updated with those numbers. So don't look at this yellow line, look at the one on, that you all just passed, if you were keeping it at all.
One of the largest areas we cut was the Maverick involvement team. Would you mind going down there and verifying that? Because I feel that that would likely be a good litmus test.
Okay. How much is the total amount for Maverick involvement team?
18,000.
So 18,000. They're making more. There's a couple others that would be, so international center activities would be making more.
Yeah, it would be, I would want it to be set at the cap of that recommendation we made in the other end.
So
it
they would
can't,
make
it can't,
the same amount.
it cannot exceed.
So they would, sorry to be the devil's advocate, they would still have no incentive to vote for the main budget. Because either way, they get the same amount.
Okay, actually, Sierra had a great idea. 1,000 less than 1,000 below.
I also see Senator Wing.
Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. I got distracted, sorry.
Oh, wait.
Go for it, Senator Wing.
Is there any reason why we couldn't pass some of these as a lump sum? Is there any reason why we couldn't pass some of these as as one package as we did earlier, and then go line by line on certain things?
That would be doing the line-by-line proposal, which was one of the things that we discussed. But yes, that is always something on the table as one option for executing our backup budget.
This is, hold on, it's okay, it'll be fine.
I'm sorry I'm being a pain.
No, you're fine. So, can somebody start like shouting out numbers to me then? Of like what those line items are that?
Yeah, I've got them all written down right here. Emma, this is they're all.
I'm just gonna stop sharing this.
It's kind of small, so it's hard to tell, but
Can we take like a 3-minute recess?
motion for a 3-minute recess. I see that's a second. I'll take a 3-minute recess.
Sorry, I just wanna let you guys leave.
See you guys back at, I'm gonna extend it to 4 so that it's an even number. See you guys back at 9. some budget information as people trickle back in. Emma, are you willing to re-screen share for us?
So I'm actually just gonna share my whole screen, so that way we can see it side by side. So, can everyone? Oh yeah, we can. So you'll see at the top this says Douglas backup, and this one says backup. Anyways, so these are the comparisons. So again, this is the 9%. The 10% is only like a couple $100 difference. And then it also, well, I'm trying to make these lines the same size. It only takes a couple hundred, and then we're at about 150 out of reserves. So Douglas, you'll see, or like Douglas's plan, you'll see is at 141 for being just under 2%. And these are what those numbers look like. And here, I'll quick just copy paste the SAC, what we passed. Did that change numbers over here? Okay, I'm gonna scroll down to the next one just so I can fix this guy. Oh, please stop. Okay. Did that fix that? Or did that not? Oh, it did. Okay. Does anyone want me to scroll back up or anything? So you can kind of compare those numbers there. One that goes from what they recommended, except for, or from their base subsidy last year, because no one really recommended increases, so. And this is the up one again. Is everyone forming some thoughts so we can have a discussion on it?
Very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zigweed. It sounds like some of those thoughts are fully cooked, so are we ready to kind of share what some of our thoughts might be about seeing the side-by-side here? Senator Wing?
Just a question about the Douglas backup.
Mm-hmm.
Is that based on the existing base, or is that based on the request? Because it seems like some of the numbers are a little bit.
It's based on the base subsidy, since that was, the only people that requested increases. Can you share that? Because I don't want to get it wrong. Oh, sorry. The only people that requested increases, is that in the SAC? Can someone else read it? Just which ones requested like increases, because the rest requested their base. Very few requested increases.
So Campus Rec Mainline requested an increase, Campus Rec R&R.
So, okay, sorry, continue.
Okay, so Campus Rec Mainline, Campus Rec R&R, Green Fee, the Food Pantry, the Reporter, Reporter R&R, and then student activities, and that's it.
Okay, so I already, for Douglas's backup, I already went off of our recommendation that we made, since it was the SAC recommendation. I went off of that since those had full-time salary lines in it, and I didn't want to go off their request since that was more than just full-time salary. So that's why I went off of what we approved. And then I can also do that for the bus. I feel like the bus is a fair one to do that for as well. Does anyone disagree? Cool.
I see Senator Wing.
Yeah, just my curiosity with that was just adjusting for the FSL decrease from last year, just making it more equitable of a change.
Okay,
Because it seems like it's a little bit more drastic. So.
I can fix theirs as well real quick and see what happens. So this would be from H. So they'd be at 11.
I will say, like, with this backup, that I'm open to some slight adjustments. So if there's specific areas that you want to move it around just ever so slightly, like, that's perfectly fine. I just thought that this would probably be the most fair overall for all organizations.
That should put us, we should still be within.
So if we need to
Other
play a few
thoughts?
thousand.
Sorry that this is silence for a minute. So it'd be like 150 then.
Bob, would you support like this backup with some slight adjustments? Okay.
I know it's, yeah, go for it.
I would like to propose to give back 2,000 for the children's sexuality because that takes them to 48, and which is.
Wait, hold on. They're making more. Oh wait, no, never mind.
That's the 9%.
And then I will pass that to my second Emma.
So we're not actually. Well, I guess we're not making motions right now.
I mean, this is all part of a proposed budget that's being proposed by Senator Roberts. If Senator Roberts accepts that as a friendly amendment, we don't have to talk about it as a group. Done.
Thank you.
2,000 back to them, and then do we want to do that for MCC also?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'll just plug it in to see what it looks like.
And don't forget that you wanted to hold food pantry at 35 too.
Oh, did I mess that up on this?
That's not on.
I thought we were holding food pantry at 30.
30 for backup. 30 for backup, yeah. Also on Zoom, if you all have any big questions, please let us know. Are you on Zoom? Oh yeah, sorry. I do need to fix that top part, but I'm thinking we'll just take that out of reserves since it's 4,000 and we're at 150, not terrible for backup.
Does anyone else have any other questions or spices or little things that they would like to see changed? Okay.
What is it?
And I'm just going to go through and make these numbers whole numbers, I think.
I personally want to know where this body is leaning between doing a 9 or 10% cut or doing this, the Douglas proposal. Who here is, this is not an official vote, this is not an endorsement of it. I just want to know who here is leaning more towards the 9 to 10%? Just generally. Okay, who here is leaning more towards the Douglas proposal? Okay, that's looking like we're almost at a consensus, and I love to see that. Thank you very much. All right, that motion is withdrawn. So with that, I want to know, are there a couple more things that people are thinking they want to see changed here or tweaked, or are people feeling confident to move this into a motion? Yeah, Senator Blanchard.
Friendly amendment to increase the transportation by 20,000. Is that too much? Because that's a huge cut for transportation. That is basically a bus line there, probably. I don't know.
This is the backup.
It is a backup, yeah. I don't know.
We can see what it looks like.
I'd rather take money out of reserves, like another 20,000 out of reserves, and help transportation. I don't know.
Senator Roberts.
I'm not going to accept that, considering this is the backup and we want to motivate people. Like, I think what we've created is like incredibly equitable right now. Like, yes, it would suck ass if this ever happened. Like, but it would really suck. But being that, I think that this is the most equitable, and I don't want to cascade the reserve spending here.
In order to rein in a little bit of silly Roberts rules, I would entertain this being moved as a motion at this time, since it doesn't seem like there's all that many more friendly amendments, and we can still accept those as is. I want to take the motion from Senator Roberts themselves.
I officially motion.
Hold on, let me fix that.
Hold up, we gotta get that
Okay.
change down to, what is it,
Below 2. We'll wait for the official the official number to come in first. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. I'm eager.
152. 153. 154. Okay, we're below 2%.
Did it. All right.
Yeah.
Now we can entertain that motion.
I move to move the Douglas backup budget to be passed.
Wonderful. I'll take a second from Senator Wing. Would either of you like to speak on this as the first and the second?
Oh wait, this one's wrong real quick, hold on.
Okay. Things are being tweaked. I also recommend that we don't call to question and vote on it until we have finalized the spreadsheet.
Well, I think that we've come up with a pretty fair and equitable backup budget. Obviously, mini tweaks are being done, and I already accept all those mini tweaks as friendly amendments. So, right now, preemptively, I will also yield to John because John's trying to get in.
The other thing I'd suggest, and this is from just a management standpoint, I would suggest rounding all of these numbers up to the nearest $5.
I'm gonna need 4 minutes.
Sorry, Emma.
That won't affect the fee, so just in the end, when we send this package through, if this were to go through, to make the math nice, I would round all of those up to the next $5 increment, or even $10 increment. It won't make a difference.
Motion on the table from Senator Wing.
Motion to recess for 4 minutes so Emma can get the spreadsheet updated for us.
I see a lot of seconds. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Emma, thank you very much. we're gonna pull this up and we're gonna look at this. Yeah, so I see,
Okay.
yeah. Emma, do you want to talk about this, or I see a motion from Roberts or a discussion point?
Yeah, they're not on even, but I'll put that out.
What happened to the mic on that side of the room? Oh, thank you very much.
Is everyone back here? IT, we
Yeah.
love you, by the way.
Thank you so
We
much.
really appreciate you.
That's,
What?
well, and
And
Woldecott and Danawit, yeah.
I didn't look at the site. I was like, that's it.
I might win this. How long is
We
the
have
budget
quorum.
meeting bet? I'm just saying. I said 10 o'clock?
No, we're not making it that far. We're ending it now.
All right.
Hey, order. Let's listen to Roberts.
Alrighty, I wanted to get back into.
No, listen to Roberts.
I'm gonna get back into the motioning speech because John needed to interrupt for a moment. So, actually motioning this now. So, I very much support this. The reason being is that I think this is the most equitable backup that we can do. This is as fair as possible. This just goes down the line, and it is relatively equal all the way down the line. And I think that's really important when it comes to creating this backup. Obviously, to the student body out there, please vote yes on this on the increases. Do not leave us with this, because this would be harmful. But we have to pass the backup, and this is the most equitable way that we can do this. With that, I yield to my second.
Senator Wing, would you like to speak on this matter?
I would, thank you. I'm going to echo the same sentiment. We're trying to be fair and equitable to every student here and not just cut any one department more than any other. So I completely endorse this as a last ditch effort in order to get a budget passed. But yeah, I think that this is just the most fair option that we have on the table at this point. And with that, I yield.
Are there any other discussion points on this? Any other discussion points? Yes, Senator Blanchard.
I just support this. I motioned the other one and I retracted it because this is a much more equitable budget. So this has my full support.
All right. I still see that people are missing, but discussion point from Senator Mueller?
I was going to call the question.
Yep. It is possible. We're going to, that's what I was going to say. We're going to go into a, oh, do you have a?
Just do a read through before we vote.
Yeah.
Triple check for any issues.
We'll do a read through.
Am I not allowed to call for a question?
I sent you the.
I will wait. I will wait.
Okay. Mic is on. Everybody, as you're listening, if some people are good at multitasking, please look at what we recommended, which it should be updated, and just make sure that it's either 1,000 less for the amounts that only had a couple, like $1,000, we did 500 less. And let me know if you see anything problematic. We'll do campus rec down at the end. So starting at line 11, backup budgets. This is, all of them are 12% from the request except for full-time staff items. Those still have 12%, but that's holding full-time staff. And the ones with full-time staff are from our SAC recommendations. Okay, continuing on.
Can you start, because the formula here adds up 41, 2, and 3, can you start with those ones?
Oh yeah, I can start down here.
Yep.
Okay, for campus rec. Campus recreation, including intramural sports, $789,300. Campus rec, intramural recreation sports clubs, $17,600. Maverick Adventures, $18,365. Total amount, $825,265. And these are all rounded to the nearest $5. Student activities, administrative office, $621,065. Community engagement, $8,775. Fraternity and sorority life, $11,000. Homecoming, $44,465. Leadership, Maverick Involvement Team, $17,000. Non-traditional student programs, $1,400. Done. Recognized student organizations, $3,205. Student events team, $138,140. Total amount for student activities, $845,050. Back up, bring it to the top. Campus recreation, line number 10. Or John, are you ready?
I'm ready for line 11.
Okay, line number 11, $8,800. Line number 12, forensics, $14,180. Gender and sexuality programs, $50,400. Green transportation fee, $360,100. International center activities, $55,400. Maverick food pantry, $30,000. Multicultural student activities, $44,240. Music ensembles, $64,095. Non-budgeted request fund, $19,000. Repertory dance, $4,150. The reporter, $136,645. Staff administration, $216,725. Student activities, see below. Student government, $119,195. Oh shit. Theater.
What was that
119,195. Sorry. Theater, $62,480. Veterans service programming, $4,915. Total reserves amount, $154,000. And we are under 2% at a 1.92% increase.
I will note that there is one item on there that is the same, and that is the reporter, purely because they are all staff charges, and we can't take any money away from that. It's all contracted. So I see we have a discussion point on the floor from Senator Mueller. Oh, beautiful. All right, then in that case, we are going to go to a vote because I don't see any other discussion points, so I don't even need to call the question. All in favor of this backup budget, what? Okay. All in favor of passing this as our backup budget in the event that the referendum fails, please raise your placard or hand. Can I see the Zoom, please? Sorry.
Sorry. Hold on. I'm a mess.
Okay, thank you very much. Hands and placards down. And then can I have all opposed? Thank you. All abstentions. Shouldn't be any, I think I counted. Okay, so that's 25 to 1 to 0. We are passing this as our backup budget.
We're not done yet. Stop packing up.
Don't pack up. All right. But that's it, gang. We figured out our budget and our backup budget.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, can I speak? Sorry.
Go for it.
So, as we know, we are hoping, although we have been told, and I've been told to my face, actually, I'm not going to name drop on this camera. Although we are assuming that the Board of Trustees will increase the fee cap as well as, or by the end of this year, so when this, or yes. After the referendum, we're hoping that it'll go through. We're also hoping that if that doesn't go through, we have the 2%. There is a case, because the Board of Trustees do what they do, that they could not increase the fee caps. And for that, we need a 0% increase budget. So,
Third budget.
But we have a plan. We have a plan. Look at that reserves number. I'm going to go 205,000. Oh, wait, I need to subtract that, not add it.
Yeah, we're going to increase it by 35%.
And we are at 0. So I am going to move that this is our backup to the backup budget, taking $205,000 out of reserves.
I see a second from Senator Roberts. I'm going to assume that both of you are willing to not to yield your discussion points and just move to a vote on this. Beautiful. We're going to move to a vote on this. All in favor of making this our third and second backup budget. All right.
Oh, I'll pull up Zoom. I just might win this bet.
Thank you very much. That's 26 votes, but just to make sure I didn't count wrong, any opposed? Any abstentions? Beautiful. This unanimously passes as our worst case scenario budget. There it is, friends. All right, now the last thing that we have for today is we don't have any old business. Announcements are suspended. Who wants to do roll call? Unless someone wants to make it go away. Okay. Okay. We'll do roll call. Unless, I'll still entertain the motion, but sounds like, I've got to find my sheet. I'm a mess. There it is. Thank you. All right. Yeah, go for it.
Hello. Thank you all. Congratulations. So before you all take off, we do have a tradition of taking a group photo on budget night, so we will do that once you are adjourned. But then from here, remember that it's your job to get your constituents to rally around this, to work with your athletics comrades, to encourage them to vote as well. But then we're not done with budget season. Next week you come back and you vote on the CSU fee, the student health fee, and the technology fee. So that being said, if you have questions for those departments, there is a Word document in the Teams folder that has all the budget stuff in there. Please insert those questions in there so we can get those to them. Those three budgets are not subject to a vote of the student body, okay? So whatever you recommend is what gets forwarded to President Inch, or to Dr. Jones first, then to President Inch. And next week I will also have a worksheet that will show what the total cumulative increase to student fees is for next year based on your recommendations, okay? Some of that will help dilute what you passed tonight as an 8.96% increase, because it'll look a little bit better because not everybody's coming in for that 8.9% increase. So, but that's where we are in the budget season. Congratulations. You beat my estimate. I thought we'd be here till 10, but congratulations, and we'll get a group picture after the adjournment.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to speed run through this. Senator Hart. Thank you. Senator Sharaf. Thank you. Senator Woldakainen. Thank you. Senator Wing. Thank you. Senator Dermenji.
Here.
Thank you. Senator Wynn. Thank you. Senator Bryant. Here. Thank you. Senator Roberts. Here. Thank you. Senator Rivera. Here. Thank you. Senator Goma. Here. Thank you. Senator Narala. Thank you. Senator Berhanu. Thank you. Senator Tepp. Thank you. Senator Mendez Martinez. Thank you. Senator Destin. Thank you. Senator Zigweed. Here. Thank you. Senator Mesta. Here. Thank you. Senator Mueller. Here. Senator Parikh. Senator Blanchard. Here. Senator Goff. Here. Senator Spouts. Here. Senator Roiger. Here. Senator Andry. Here. Me. I'm here. President Zelmer.
If you're over 21, we're going downtown tonight.
No, we're not. Vice President Abraham. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. All right, guess what? That is it. We are officially adjourning at 9:35 p.m. Hey, guys, group photo, group photo.
No. We just cut our budget again. City government cannot buy drinks.
At the end, it was just because
No, that's good. Okay, we're setting. Motion to impeach Speaker Novak. Get rid of her. So moved. So tonight. Sorry.
Are we doing like funny or just cute? Okay.
Let's get a serious one first, and then we'll be. Oh, serious one? Here we go. One. And I'm gonna make sure this is
Funny.
Oh, that wasn't the funny one?
One and two and boom. Got it. Thank you.
All right, let the birthday bash begin.
Folks, let's do the building managers a favor. If you've got trash on the table.
This one is for the boys with the Bulba system.